Thursday edition. We've got some fantastic 2-5 no-limit hold'em for you here tonight. Looking forward to a really good show. Looks like we're starting off with a bomb pot, so getting things going right off the bat. In the booth here with me tonight, good friend Caitlin Komeski. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing really well. Thank you so much for having me, Aaron. An honor to be here as always.
Excellent. Well, really looking forward to casting tonight's episode with you. And looking forward to some good action. We got some great players here in the mix. A couple of familiar faces. We've got some nice ATX poker gear on our man Anderson there, and some other exciting players here in the mix. We got Prestige, always one to mix it up. We got J-Stack, our good man J-Stack, trying to keep the heater alive. We got Will the Knit. We got Tillman. And we've got just a really good lineup here. So let's see if we can get somebody stacked up here right on this very first hand. We got a PLO bomb pot going.
Aaron, do we know why they call him Angry Scott?
Angry Scott. You know what? I haven't seen Scott get angry in my own experience, but perhaps, perhaps he gets a little tilted at times. We'll see.
That's the beautiful thing about TCH is you choose your own name. You can be whoever you want to be. Forget your worries.
That's right. As we've got an ace, king, 7 flop here, 2 clubs. As we get the rest of the hand scanned in here, Dante's card's not quite scanned yet, but we will find out who's got the best piece of this. Anderson here does have a gutter to a royal flush, although the jack of clubs over in Angry Scott's hand means that is not going to happen, but he does have a good chunk of equity here with the nut flush draw. Will the Knit here, he's got a pair and needs a 10 for Broadway. Let's see anybody else with a decent piece of this here. J-Stack, top and bottom pair. So his hand is good enough to go ahead and lead out for 90. Anderson going to put in the call with the queen 10 of clubs. Prestige will come along as well. Interesting choice there with just second pair. Going to get a 6 of hearts here on the turn, so that is going to open up a gutter ball for Prestige. Open ender for J-Stack now. And J-Stack going to keep betting here. So, yeah, going to fire out with the top and bottom. Well, first and third pair, I suppose. Anderson not backing down just yet. He's going to put in the call, and Prestige will get out of the way. So we're going heads up to a river. This pot has really ballooned up, both players with half a pot bet remaining.
That is a reliable consistency of the PLO bomb pots.
Right you are. J-Stack is going to go ahead and make his straight. We're going to go check, check, and J-Stack going to take it down with his little danglers there filling up on the end. Going to go ahead and make the straight. And he'll drag a nice pot, so J-Stack off to a nice start here. That's what you like to see. J-Stack with a bunch of chips in front of him, going to drive the action. So we'll see if any of these players opt to take their option, go ahead and top up to 1.6K. Now that we've moved to the 2-5 blinds, it hasn't changed the overall structure, though. Still a 1K max buy-in with a match the stack option for any player at the table. So we'll see if anyone goes ahead.
Do the players have the option to veto that, or is that in the rules now?
You mean
to match the stack?
No, I believe that's just the standard operating procedure here. So, yeah, we could have all 10 players here up to the full 1.6K if they wanted to, but we'll see how things develop here on Thursday. TCH Live, thank you all for joining us. Happy to have you. First-time viewers or our long-time regulars, always good to have you here. Don't forget to hit that like button. Make sure you are subscribed for this and all future broadcasts. As we get going here on our first Hold'em hand of the evening, we've got Josh here with the 9-8 of diamonds under the gun. He's going to go ahead and limp in. Mark going to put in a raise with the Jack-9 of spades. J-Stack not afraid. He's got the 8-4 of hearts, so he's coming along. And Eric, 1K. Might have to get a little bit of information on that nickname right there, but he's going to come along as well with the ace-8 of clubs, so we're going 4 ways to a flop. Got E in the chat. What's up, Aaron? How you doing, E? Good to have you. Thanks for joining us. Let's see. We got ourselves a king-high flop. Going to make second pair and the best hand.
It's always nice when you raise an early position and are rewarded with middle pair with a questionable open, I'd say.
Yeah, it's a little bit ambitious for sure, but one thing that we know about Mark, if you played with him before, is that he is not afraid to mix it up, and he is one of the players who also added on, making sure that he can just about cover all of the remaining players. So as well with his bottom pair, and Josh gonna pick up backdoor diamonds. Interesting choice for him to come along as well on the flop, but he is going to be rewarded with an increase in equity there. Mark still with the best of it. He's going to slow down now that he's seen this resistance. And a 10 of spades here on the end. That's going to give Josh his gutter and give him a stranglehold on this hand. Improve, so unlikely that he's going to get paid if he makes this bet very large, but he's going to go 150, see if he can get a taker. Pretty tough spot for Mark. He's just going to have to let it go. And J-Stack going to follow suit. So Josh getting that nice little gutty. Shows it too. Stacking up early.
I remember the first time I was playing poker and I showed down, I tabled a winning hand after I got a fold, and these two men laughed at me and they're like, oh, she doesn't want to get paid. So now I'm a little bit more cautious with my tabling.
All right. Yeah, no, that's one of the sort of I don't know what I'm trying to say there. It's one of those parts of poker that, you never really think about until you're in the situation. Let's see here. It looks like JTN 1968 saying, check your mic. It's fading in and out. So, yeah, go ahead and keep us posted if you have any further audio issues. Hopefully that's going to be just fine. But we'll keep an eye on that as we continue here on Thursday night. 2-5, no limit hold'em, match the stack, TCH live action. J-Stack, he's got the 8-4 hearts again. So, let's go ahead and pump it up, see if we can get it to work this time. Prestige going to come along with the Jack-5 of diamonds out of the small blind, and Josh will complete out of the big blind.
Oh, well, it went a little better this time.
Yeah, J-Stack, he said second time is the charm with the 8-4 hearts. And indeed, flopping trips with a draw-heavy board, too. So he's going to go ahead and bet and see what happens. Prestige going to come along. Pretty ambitious float right there, but this is not the first time we've seen that man do that. King of clubs here on the turn. That's not going to give him any equity. So Prestige
no, he's going to bet it.
Yeah, this is par for the course. So Prestige now drawing dead, but he's going to go ahead and lead out. And that is music to J-Stack's ears, because he's like, oh, if you have a king, that's really good for me, because now I'm going to get paid. Let's go. So he's going to do a little eyeing up of the stack over there. How much money can I get out of Prestige is sort of going through his mind. He's going to put in the raise. And now Prestige in perhaps what he thinks is a tricky spot. Do I rip and try to really represent? See if I can get this man to fold like a straight or flush draw, something of that nature, which is, of course, not what J-Stack is playing. So for the sake of Prestige's remaining chips, he better find a fold button here, and he will. So going to go ahead and get out of there. J-Stack going to pick up a nice pot.
A for effort, Prestige. You got to bluff to be a winning player.
Prestige is not afraid to do that. This is something we've seen time and time again from him, taking these unorthodox lines with zero equity bluffs. And here recently, too, I would say in the last couple of times that we've had Prestige on, it really hasn't worked out. Like, his opponent has always had the goods.
Oh, no.
So, he keeps on trying, though, gets right back up on that horse and tries it again. So just checking out here in the chat. Looks like we've got a couple more people trickling in. Thank you for joining us. ATX Poker there in the chat saying, let's go, J-Stack. Got that new merch line and gives profits all to support the homeless shelters here in Austin. And chickens for Feed the Hungry. So fantastic stuff there from our man J-Stack, donating all of his profits. If you would like to check out some of the fine ATX gear, go ahead and hop on over to atxpoker.club. Get yourself a hoodie. You can use promo code TCH for $5 off your hoodie purchase. As we've got ourselves some straddle action, it looks like, and then folds back around to those straddles. Tillman going to put in the call. J-Stack just going to check down his option. Tillman here, just ace high, but the best hand. Check, check. 3 is going to bring in a gutter ball straight for J-Stack. This is his opportunity to start bluffing, and he will. Going to put out 50 bucks and take it down with just jack high. So patented J-Stack action right there. Bet and take it when you're way behind. As we continue here on Thursday, 2-5, Match the stack. No limit Texas Hold'em. E saying we lost table audio. Okay. We've been playing around with the table audio, so it's always sort of a mixed bag of whether or not we want to add in enough of the table audio so that you can really pick up what's going on there without distracting things too much between the commentary and what's going on at the table. So we'll continue to play with those audio levels, and hopefully we can find a nice happy medium. As we've got ourselves a $15 straddle, and then Dante here waking up with ace, queen of diamonds. He's going to go ahead and put in a sizable raise.
I swear to God, seat 2 is a dead ringer for Stanley Tucci. Do you see it?
Stanley Tucci. I mean, maybe I'm just like dating myself or something, so I'm not sure who exactly that is.
No, he's older. He was like in The Devil Wears Prada. Easy
Oh, yeah,
A.
that's like, you know, right in my wheelhouse of top quality films.
That's my favorite part of that movie, when Stanley Tucci, like, the boss is coming up the elevator and Stanley Tucci's like, gird your loins.
Oh, okay. All right. That sounds exciting. So I may have seen that film. I can't remember, though. So, you know.
No, you
anyways,
remember. It's a classic.
We'll go deep into the memory banks to find out. Let's see here. So we've got, that open from Dante, called from Prestige over in the cutoff. J-Stack going to put in a very large 3-bet here with the 2 red 9s. Dante coming along pretty quickly, and this pot is already larger than his remaining chips. So let's see if Prestige, this is pretty much committing all of his chips if he wants to see a flop. And he is reaching, so it looks like he's going to jam it in. Yeah, so this is the sort of strange call and then over jam. Yeah, very strange stuff, and he does have the worst of it at this point. So J-Stack now trying to figure out what he's going to do next. I imagine he's just going to rip it in. Dante just calling his raise doesn't indicate that his hand is necessarily behind. But perhaps he actually wants to keep Dante in, and he's just going to put in a call. I think I prefer a jam there. Really put Dante to the test for the rest of his chips. This gives him just such a good price, and now he's going to play the rest of the hand in position. However, the stack to pot ratios are minuscule, so I imagine all the chips are going in pretty much whether Dante hits or not, I would imagine, unless he just completely airballs on something like a 4-5-6 flop or something, all spades. As all of the chips are getting pulled into the middle, so Prestige playing for 1.6K, the other 2 players playing for a little bit more on the outside. Let's see if anybody connects with this flop. King in the window, a couple of clubs, and a 3 of spades. Yeah, not the flop that Dante was looking for. J-Stack is going to check it over.
Oh,
you know. The old turn set. That's the best feeling that there ever was.
And we fill up on the river just to seal it with a kiss.
Indeed. So now J-Stack can jam for value, but his customer is getting let off because he didn't find a pair. Prestige is toast. Getting stacked here on just our, second hand, our third hand of the night. And let's see if he's going to go hit the ATM. No, he's grabbing his tip chips. He might be headed out the door, and we will have to fill that seat with our next runner-up. As we take a look at the chip stacks there, J-Stack already up to 2.8K. So he's going to take a run at his massive win the other night on the stream, where he pulled like 8K off the table at the end of the session. So
I really hope he bullies the table. I lose respect for a player if they like really are stacking, have the potential to get all the money on the table, and then they're just holding on to their profit. I'm like, no, honey, push.
Have you seen J-Stack before?
No, I don't think I've seen him on the stream. So
you will not be will not be disappointed. J-Stack is not the kind of man who locks up a win. He is the kind of guy who absolutely is trying to win every single chip on the table. And he's got a pretty decent shot of doing it, because this man recently can do no wrong.
Have you ever had someone run over the stream so poorly that you just had to throw in the towel?
You mean like they just were crushing and I just was like, I can't play anymore?
No. Like on the stream, has a player ever run over the table so bad that y'all had to end early?
Oh, wow. That would be something special. And no, we haven't seen that. I think.
Well, the gauntlet has been thrown, J-Stack.
Yeah.
Make yourself a legend.
Indeed. That would be something pretty special, to just stack like half the table they all walk away and there just aren't alternates to fill the seats. I don't think we're going to have that problem, but you know what? Caitlin's putting it out there as, you know, that's the...
a girl can dream.
Yeah, exactly. Got to go runner on that one. Low probability event, but you never know. All right, let's see here. Dante going to be under the gun, facing, it looks like a $25 straddle from J-Stack there. So this is another patented move from him to go ahead and put in a very
It's folded
large
around
straddle.
the button, no?
Right, you are. They don't have cards, so you're correct. Let's see. We know what J-Stack has, and it's being called a raise. Unclear if that was actually a raise or a straddle, but I guess it's going to be a raise. And once we've gotten that all figured out, it's over to Josh now, who's going to put in the smooth call on the button. Tillman waking up with ace-king here in the big blind. He's going to put in a pretty small 3-bet here. Going to play this out of position the rest of the hand. Generally, you're going to want to size that up just a little bit more because this is going to bring in both of your opponents. And like I just said, you're going to be playing out of position the remainder of the hand. So J-Stack going to call. Josh will certainly follow suit. And we're going to go 3 ways to a flop.
All right, absolutely garbage looking flop. Ace-king still best.
Yeah, not the flop that any of these players were really looking for, so we're going to check through to a turn. J-Stack, of course, why not? Just hit top right there on the turn. Tillman thinking this might be his time to dance. No, he's going to check.
I'd really like to see a check here.
Yeah, he could definitely play this slow at times. However, this is also a pretty good spot to go ahead and go for value in case one of his opponents also picked up a pair of queens. Josh with a gutter. Looks like he's feeling frisky. He's counting out a call, and indeed he is going to put that in. So perhaps thinking that somehow his pair draws are live as well, but that is not the case. So he's going to miss the gutter there. J-Stack with the best of it. We're going to go check, though. Yeah, J-Stack didn't feel comfortable going for value, perhaps wanted to let his opponent bet or was even afraid of the spades coming in. Josh not feeling frisky any longer, so just going to take it down with the pair of queens. And just cruise on up to 3.3K. Mark here taking his option to add on, going up to 2.4. Angry Scott as well adding up to 2K. So we do have some deepening stacks here on TCH Live Thursday. Going to be a lot more chips flying, around the table here as we continue. Let's see here in the chat. We got ATX Poker saying, hey, Caitlin, how did you do in the meetup game last night?
I played until about, 4 or 5, but I did really well yesterday. I profited about 1K.
All right. Yeah, never something to complain about when you're bringing in the old 1K profit or more. So good job.
Yeah, don't jinx me. I'm on a real heater.
All right, we'll knock on.
You hear me? You hear me, chat? Don't you jinx me.
All right, Dante there under the gun, going to raise it up with the king-jack offsuit. Eddie finding a 3-bet here in the hijack, ace-queen off. Getting some fold through with some napkins over to J-Stack, who is still accumulating and stacking all of his newfound riches. We'll find out what he's got. 8-4 clubs. You know what? I think that man's going to call. Yep. He's like, how much is it?
I mean, it's just
bucks?
such
Sweet.
a symmetrical hand. I mean, 4 and 8.
And it's suited, you know?
Oh,
yeah, gotta love that. 1 club in the window, but doesn't find anything else, so the 8-4 not in very good shape. He's going to check. Dante going to check his gutter with the pre-flop aggression. Definitely could have seen him continue with a small continuation, but he is going to check. Eddie flopping top 2. Will continue. J-Stack isn't done yet. He's like, I have 2 backdoors, and you know what that means. I need to see a turn. Dante also getting a decent enough price in his mind to come along and see if he can bink a 10. And there it is, the 10 of clubs. So J-Stack picking up the club draw. Dante hitting Gin with Broadway, and Eddie now going from top to bottom here in terms of the equities on this hand. Still with top 2 pair checked over to him. That's not the card he wanted to see, but honestly, how often did that just kill you? Probably not that often. He's going to go ahead and continue for value. And, yeah, this is just sort of a sick spot. J-Stack snaps in a call, and then Dante going to rip it in. And now this price, too, with how much is in the pot, I think both of these players are just going to end up calling, which is going to push this pot up to almost 1,500. Well, no shortage of action here tonight. I mean, we could.
No, I saw the lineup before I got here. I knew it was going to be this kind of night.
Oh, absolutely. My goodness. So lots of fireworks, lots of things happening. If you're enjoying the show here this evening already, go ahead and help us out. Hit that like button. We are sitting on 25 at the moment. Let's see if we can pump that thing up to around 50 here in the next few minutes. Let's see here what Eddie's going to decide on. It is just going to be a smooth call. J-Stack has already gotten his chips in there as well before we could even get over to him. So this pot is nice and juicy. Let's see. Do you think J-Stack's going to find a club? I mean, with the way he's running.
I honestly think so, yeah. I think it's Bank City in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I counted too soon.
You set it up, and then just a little too soon. Nope, it's the 8 of diamonds, so Dante.
Well. I don't think my clairvoyance is working tonight.
Yeah, well, we'll see. You'll have many more opportunities here.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll look into my crystal ball. We'll get it going.
All right, J-Stack with an empty side pot doesn't feel inclined to put any chips in there. Let's see. I would like to see Eddie put in a small bet here. J-Stack hasn't indicated that he has a ton of strength. It is going to be a bet and then an insta-fold when he's like, oh, I guess I lose. Damn. So Dante picking up a massive pot there with the miracle card right there on the turn. So Dante chipping up to 1.4K. All right. So a small little hit there to J-Stack. He's, you know, he's got to give a little bit back. You know, you can't just take. You got to take, give, something like that.
Just like love.
That's right. Take, and give. As we continue here on Thursday night, TCH Live. Getting back to the chat here. Let's see here. Is it just me, or does it seem like that J-Stack is always in the same seat? So, yeah, he does seem to find his way into that area of the table.
Y'all still draw for seat numbers, though, right?
Yes. Yeah. So I think he just, I don't know. He's on a heater, you know, so he just keeps drawing the same seat, and it keeps paying off for him. So we do a random draw, though. That is correct. So these players should be randomly seated around the table. Let's see here. Eric 1K. He's got a couple of black 10s. He's going to put in a raise to $20. And J-Stack waking up with the ladies. 2 red ones. This man off to a fantastic start. He's reaching for chips. Going to put in a 3-bet. Dante already done with it before the chips hit the table.
I think he's cowering under the table currently.
Yeah, well, he's still got some stacking to do over there, too. You know, that happens a lot when you've got a big pot that you just dragged and you're still trying to stack it up and you're like, yeah, I don't even need to really think about this too hard. Eric is going to put in the call, and he's going to play this one in position. So J-Stack with the ladies and a diamond. So flopping 3 diamonds, ace high. Quickly checks it over. Not the flop that Eric wanted to see.
Yeah, I'm sure. He'll be out of here in a moment.
Yeah. Yeah, and he is going to check back, so definitely a good safe option there. Diamond right on the turn, so J-Stack going to make the second nut flush. Checks again. Yeah, Eric not feeling too great about this run out so far. He's going to check. We're going to a river, which is the 3 of hearts. Not going to change anything. J-Stack now going to go for value, and Eric will quickly let it go.
Is that Bruce Lee or Jean-Claude Van Damme on Eric's mask?
Oh, I didn't see. We'll get another look at that. Either one of those is a great choice.
Respect.
Yeah,
mad respect.
I used to watch a lot of those films when I was younger. A lot of the Bruce Lee films from, you know, the 70s type era. So it got some Chuck Norris up in there, you know.
Oh yeah. I love Walker, Texas Ranger.
Yep.
I used to watch Conan O'Brien every night growing up, and when they were doing the bit, the Walker Texas Ranger lever, where he'd pull a lever and they'd play like a random clip.
Oh, nice.
Gut busted me every time.
Yeah, the acting was definitely like B or C level But man, it was just high quality entertainment.
I was never that interested in Kung Fu, but then I saw Kill Bill 2, and, Tarantino does the whole homage, the Legend of Pai Mei or Story of Pai Mei.
Uh-huh.
I just really loved that, so I checked a few out.
Yeah, no, that was a really good series of films. I did enjoy those.
Yeah,
as
and
well.
ladies, most men like Kung Fu, so if you can get through a Kung Fu conversation, you're in a good place.
There we go. We got
Another trick for your arsenal.
Yeah, just the tip there from Caitlin Komeski. Let's see, we've gone 3 ways to a flop here. Mark going to flop the best of it with a pair of 8s, backdoor straight and flush draw. Eddie here with the gutter and backdoor flush draw. Eric just with an under pair to the board. Eddie going to go ahead and lead out. Mark is going to raise. Interesting choice there with a sort of middling hand, but wants to find out where he's at right away.
I think someone's getting a little jealous watching all this action flying around. Wake up with a suited 1 gapper and the hijack. Feeling a little frisky.
Yeah, so interesting choice to raise there, but he is just going to have his opponent fold out. And would have been really interesting if things had continued and we'd gotten some more clubs coming off. But he's just going to pick up a small one, and we'll move on to the next hand here. Looks like we got ourselves a $10 straddle from our man Will the Knit.
Let's go, Will.
Let's go.
Will's my new Twitter buddy. He followed me on Twitter, so I got to root for my man Will on a straddle.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and Will, by his own admission, is not running too hot recently. He had a massive run-up in one of the tournaments a few weeks or a month ago or so. Finished as the day 1 chip leader going into day 2 and got coolered off his stack running kings into aces against one of the only players in the tournament that had enough chips to cover him. So that was a pretty rough spot there for him, but hopefully he'll turn things around.
Eddie got the hooks. I love watching to see how different players play jacks in cash games.
Yes,
Fascinates
absolutely.
me. I won in one session. I got jacks 3 times, and I won all 3 times with them.
Nice.
And I got to the river. I don't know how it happened. That never happens. The jacks hold up.
It does feel that way. So you're clearly one of those players that has that sort of like the curse of the jacks. And it's not uncommon, right? I think a lot of players have gotten themselves into enough tricky spots that jacks do feel like a bit of a curse. I've also had people have similar thoughts with ace king and ace queen, right? Like it's all of these big hands that are obviously very strong, but they're pre-flop strong. And then things change, and then it's hard for some people to kind of reevaluate and navigate later streets when they've got a hand that they're like, oh, this is a great hand, and then it's not anymore.
Yeah.
But we have gone heads up to a flop here, and the jacks are way out in front.
So Eric 3-bet him, and then Eddie just chose to call. Jack's still best.
Yeah, nice strong move there with the ace-jack putting in the raise, the 3-bet pre-flop. I do like that, although Eddie opened from early position, so that's a little bit dangerous. I definitely like the 3-bet out of the small blind when you're up against someone in more like the hijack, cutoff, or button range. He is sort of running into it here, though, so he's continuation bet for 125. Got a call from Eddie, and a queen going to peel off. This is not a card that Eddie wanted to see. If his opponent was punking him with some overcards, that is one of them. But we're going to go quick check, check.
He's going to slow it down. All right, so he fills up.
Yeah, Eric may now feel like his only chance to win this is to bet. But the hearts did miss, so he does have a little bit of showdown here with the ace high. And he's going to take it. So I like this. He's just going to check and give Eddie an opportunity to sort of do what he will with this. Eddie can safely go for value even though that overcard has come off. He's going to put 200 out there, 1/3 pot size bet. I really like this. This is going to get called by some weaker hands a fair bit of the time, but not this time. So Eric going to let it go. Eddie going to pick up the pot. All right, going to get back into the chat here. Let's go ahead and see what everybody's saying up in here. Let's see. People saying, yeah, that J-Stack just gets that seat for because of seniority. Nope, not the case. He drew just like everybody else, and he just happens to find his way into that spot over and over. So
the chair does have a mold of his ass at this point, though.
Yeah, that is true.
We'll be upfront about that.
Absolutely. Let's see here. Eric saying how to play jacks. Fold pre. Well, that man
Oh,
has just
honey,
been
no.
terrified and traumatized
He's
by the
been
jacks.
scared before. He's been hurt before, but it's okay, honey. Jacks, you're not going to bet your jacks, really? No.
Show us on the ostrich where the jacks hurt you. Apparently, he would have some stories about that. Let's see here as we continue on Thursday night, TCH Live. We got a couple of red nines there for Tillman. He's just going to call.
Red niner, niner.
Indeed, J-Stack looks like he is reaching for chips. Is he going to put in a 3-bet? He is.
There are a lot of possibilities with that hand. He could make a flush. He could make a straight.
If you're going to play it, I do like to play it as a 3-bet, but this is relatively small. And so he's likely going to get several callers here. Indeed, we're going 4 ways to a flop. Even Josh finding his way into this mix. Oh my God, how does he do it? Puts in the 3-bet and then just flops.
I think I just gagged a little bit.
Straight. That is, this is starting to get like freaky, right? It's like, it's sort of crazy that he is hitting these flops like
We're going to go out there and he's got to have like 8 little voodoo dolls under his chair.
Oh, yeah. He may have sold his soul to the devil here. Josh
Some monkey skulls in the bag.
Yeah, and Josh has made top pair with second best kicker, and he's going to lead at this for 175. Tillman with the overpair, and the gutter is coming along, and J-Stack can't believe what is happening. He's like, all right, well, let's just play for all of it. And, of course, he's just going to jam it in here because that is a really wet board.
Yeah.
So.
Who's going to put you on 4-7?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe if it's J-Stack, but...
Yeah, I mean, 7-9 is actually probably
sure,
a little bit more reasonable, like a 7-9 suited going ahead and putting in the light 3-bet. But no matter how you shake it, like, it's just a massive flop. Josh now with a decision. Do I want to play for all of it with just top pair?
I would like for him to find a fold. I think we all would. He's a Vikings fan, a good man, a family man.
Oh, yeah? Are you a Vikings fan?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
I'm a Dallas Mavericks fan. That's really the sport I care about.
Okay.
NBA.
All right. Well.
I also like women's gymnastics.
Oh, who doesn't?
Simone Biles. Legend.
Yeah.
Legendary. She's landing tumbles that we've never seen before.
Indeed. Yeah. I mean, I'm looking forward to the Olympics, like whenever they happen again, to get to catch up on all of that fine action.
Honey.
Yeah, he's gonna just go ahead and put it in. He's like, J-Stack just can't be that strong here. Maybe a flush draw, right? Tillman gonna punch it in as well. He's gonna pick up no equity there and a blank on the end. Everybody kind of like groaning when they see the club come off, but no, the 7-4 is just the goods, and it's going to hold up. And J-Stack up to 5K. How does he get both opponents to get it all in there?
Oh,
I mean, this is just extraordinary stuff. So the run good continues. Hopefully you were all here ready for that. He must have heard me
about that gauntlet bet.
Oh, my God. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I don't know how this is happening, but it is. And J-Stack is just piling it up. So
oh, my gosh.
Yeah, our 2 unfortunate opponents there are getting stacked, and they're reaching into their wallets to reload. So
if J-Stack has a lady and his wife, she better be getting jewelry tonight, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, after the last couple of sessions, I think J-Stack could afford to do a couple of things in that department. Let's see here. And we did get another player here as well, right? So who did we pick up over there? Yeah, I guess we don't have them in the lineup quite yet, but we do have a player who took the spot of Prestige. So, unless I'm mistaken, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. So we'll get this all filled in and everything up to date here momentarily. As that's just a forest of chips over in front of J-Stack. He can't even get to his cards to the scanner at this
Someone
point.
color up this poor man.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, this poor man,
this
right?
This poor man. Please support him. All right, I really hope Stanley Tucci will defend his big blind here. I want to see what Stanny's working with.
Yeah, so going back to the chat here, JTN1968 saying, the full moon isn't until next week. Maybe TCH is built on an Indian burial ground or something, right? Yeah, whatever it is, it's working for J-Stack. So, he's just going to keep the heater running as we continue here on TCH Live. Let's see here. So, Eric saying, nobody can replace prestige in my heart. Yes, indeed. Amber Daniels in the chat, or Daniels saying, yes, I'm here. I don't wear jewelry, but I welcome cash on my nightstand to wake up to. So it sounds like we got...
Yes, Amber, girl, you get it. You don't hold out for, like, no, you need gems. There need to be gems involved.
Oh, boy. As Angry Scott here is going to flop bottom two. The other two players, nothing too strong. J-Stack does have a pair. He's going to check it through to the turn. Board's going to pair. That's not what Angry Scott wanted to see, although he is still best with his 3-pair. Let's see. So, yeah, I guess I just may have missed out on what happened there earlier, but Prestige was replaced by this gentleman with the best bet logo on there. So let's see here as we continue through the action.
He's from Jacksonville.
Yeah. So Angry Scott going to put in a small, medium-sized bet here, $35 on J-Stack. Still trying to organize all of his chips over there. He says, I'll donate one time. See if I can hit a 5 on the end, but we can all see that he is drawing dead. Check on the end with the ace and the pair of 6s. Going to take it down.
I think Stanley would have gone for more value. The real Stanley.
The real Stanley?
Stanley Tucci. He's the one who I think looks like Stanley
that's
Tucci.
Yep. You're going to keep using
Sound
that
off
bit,
in
and I'm
the
going to keep
chat.
being like, wait,
hey,
what?
It's not a bit. It's just facts. Google Stanley Tucci.
All right, I'm about to do that. I got to find out what.
Sound off in the chat. Let Aaron know how wrong he is.
I don't know if I'm wrong as much as just don't know who the hell we're talking about. No, I'm going to put my foot down. I ain't wrong. Okay, so I don't even know how to spell that, but we're going to try.
Tucci, T-U-C-C-I. It's Italiano.
Yeah, that's what I would have tried, so. Not wrong. Just kidding. Oh, okay. All right. I know who you're talking about.
Do you see
yeah.
it?
Well, okay. We'll have to get a look back. It's always tough with the masks, but we'll see if that's an accurate representation.
I mean, down to the floral button down.
Okay. There, he might be.
He definitely looks angrier, but he was very upfront about that from the very beginning.
Yeah. No, I definitely can see the resemblance now. So yeah, maybe he's just. Maybe it is the real Stanley. He's just a little incognito here tonight. As we've gone heads up to this flop, Dante going to flop a gutter, and Josh middle pair. Dante with the pre-flop aggression. He's going to go ahead and put out a C-bet, and Josh will call. That was a chunky C-bet. That was a full pot-sized bet. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Not going to change anything. Still drawing to an 8. Or I suppose a 10 would do the trick as well. Not done betting, though. He's going to put in 125, and Josh, who is still organizing the chips that he just purchased off of J-Stack there. That cash is going to the cage, and we will have some new chips arriving there for J-Stack, but that is going to get Josh to fold the best hand, so Dante, with the continued aggression, going to take it down. All right, looks like we've got some nonsense in the chat. And let's see here. Andrew Moss saying, who has the most stylish mask at the table right now?
I got to go with our boy Eric, who's got the either Bruce Lee or Jean-Claude Van Damme, Chuck Norris.
Yeah, no, that one is pretty cool. I still haven't had a good look at it.
I do also love these men with their long bushy beards poking out from under the mask too.
Yeah, that's a good look.
That's a cute look.
Yeah, we got a couple of them at the table here tonight. As let's see, over to Will the Knit. He doesn't like his King 7 of clubs, so we had ourselves another loose open from Mark. Jack 10 offsuit this time under the gun, getting called by J-Stack, Eric 1K, Eddie, and Josh. All of the big cards accounted for here. We are 9 and above in the hands, and 10 high flop here. So Mark gonna flop top pair, but he's outkicked by Eric 1K. So this could be a spot where he loses some chips. He's gonna C-bet into 4 players, find out where he's at. J-Stack here with the backdoor diamonds and a backdoor straight draw. I guess he's done with it, so he has let it go. Yeah, that looks to me like a blood sport type thing. Wow, did he just fold? He folded top pair?
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Why would?
I
What,
don't
what
understand that.
happened?
Yeah, backdoor flush draw, top pair, and a reasonably strong kicker. Certainly good enough to see a turn in most situations.
What
But
was that
he's
flop at? Like $40?
no, it was large. It was I think somewhere around 125. Half pot to 2/3, something in that ballpark. But yeah,
Don't call Anderson. He taking you all the way to the river.
there you go. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm not folding queen 10 there. I don't imagine you
No.
are. So yeah, pretty tight fold right there, and Mark gonna just get away with that one. Here we go. We got a $10 straddle and a $50 restraddle. This is J-Stack in action. He's trying to get all of the chips, as you were saying
I
earlier.
love it. Amber, you're getting such nice, pretty things this week. I'm so jealous.
Oh, yes, indeed. All right. Let's see. Just going to go ahead and avoid all the things happening in the chat at the moment as we're getting some napkins folded through. Mark doesn't feel frisky. Tillman with 2 black 6s. He's going to complete out of the single straddle, so we're going to go heads up here as J-Stack going to check his option. King 9-9. Not the best flop in the world and not the worst flop in the world here for Tillman. It's just getting worse, though, so if he continues checking, J-Stack could take this away, but the 6s are still best. One last check from Tillman. And J-Stack just punking him. He puts out like 800, looks like he's going to push it forward, and then just checks. J-Stack could have taken that at any point in the hand, but he just didn't feel like it was worth it. Thought that Tillman, his range just had to be too well connected with that board that it just wasn't going to get a bluff through. So he takes the low variance approach, and Tillman going to pick it up with the little baby pair. All right, he's got his 50 bucks in hand, and he's going to go ahead and straddle it. You don't even need to be double straddling. You just go open straddle to 50 bucks. Why not? Let's play for a $50 big blind here on TCH Live. Yeah, some Nick from Yuma is saying is Eddie from Best, but I think that is the case. I think we've got a couple of gents here from Jacksonville. So welcome to the stream for those fellas. So we've got Dante here. Ooh, this is spicy. Opening up with the 7s under the gun with this $50 straddle. That could get you into a pretty tricky spot. Should be towards the bottom of your opening range, but he's going to put it in there. He's not afraid. Mark here in the small blind, king, queen offsuit. Yeah, this is a tough spot. I mean, when you have someone literally under the gun and it's on a $50 straddle, like king queen offsuit just looks like napkins to me. I mean, yeah, and I think that's
I
the
don't think I
correct
could have
fold.
found a call there either.
Yeah, no, I just don't think that you should. So yeah, he's gonna let it go. J-Stack with the 5 deuce. He's like, you know what? I'm running pretty good.
That's the game we're playing.
I'm running pretty good. Let's see. All right, if J-Stack finds some sort of nasty way to win this one, oh, it doesn't look like that's.
Shout out to my boy KJ. Deuce 5 is his favorite hand. I keep telling him it shouldn't be.
Yeah, that's sound advice. That is sound advice. Okay, so what on earth just happened here? We had a check, a bet of 250, and a no.
That's why you don't do that with 7s, honey.
Okay, so we had check on the flop. We went to a 6 of hearts on the turn. Then J-Stack led out with the gutter, and Dante had to drop it off. My goodness. That is just J-Stack playing the way J-Stack does. I think the man's got like $70 in white chips in front of him. Or something like that. Maybe it's just like 60, but my goodness. He has just, pretty much cleaned out every, stack of chips that there was.
That's one of the best feelings about having a large stack is when everyone's using you as the bank. Like, can you sell me a stack of reg? Sometimes, yeah, whatever you need, honey.
Yeah.
I got you.
The best time is when you're doing that in a tournament, too, because you're just like, oh, yeah, like a starting stack, I got like 5 of those. So, welcome to the table. All right, let's see what we get going on here. Just some folds over to Will the Knit. He's going to put in a raise here.
Yes, honey, found his spot.
Yeah, he does choose these relatively small sizings. I mean, 15 isn't just like out of the ordinary. But he does tend to keep it relatively modest. He's going to run into Mark on the button with the ace-10 off, and he's going to 3-bet him. Yeah, J-Stack with just a dominating hand here in the big blind is going to 4-bet.
Yeah. We're not even going to think about it.
Nope, he's getting out of the way. But Mark,
nice read.
Mark isn't afraid to tango, so he's going to put in the call and go to a flop in position here with the off-suited ace-10. He's going to need to find something good, and that ain't it. J-Stack continues the run good, flopping a heart draw to go with his 2 big overcards. Check, check to a board pairing deuce. Yeah, J-Stack definitely put out a bet, but he's not going to. Check, check, and actually,
Yeah,
Mark,
chop.
if we get to showdown, is going to chop. Indeed, that's the way it works out. So, yeah, they're going to chop up Will's money. And
sorry, Will, we love you.
Yeah, interesting that J-Stack didn't opt to put in any bets there, but yeah, he thought he had good showdown value.
I think
he
the
did.
burden of guarding that massive chip stack is fatiguing him. He doesn't have the energy to use the aggression.
Yeah, I mean, also just not a ton of reasons to bet there either. So yeah, aside from a little bit of protection, or maybe even just trying to exploit someone calling you light, he may have gotten like a value bet through a small one against the ace-10 on the turn, for example. But anyways, they're just going to chop that up, and we'll move along. No $50 straddles this time, so we'll play a little bit smaller.
So what events did you win your rings for? I don't think I know that.
So this was at the New Orleans stop last, what was that, May?
Yeah.
I think it was, maybe April, May. And I won the first event and the last event, $400 single-day tournaments.
Okay. Hold'em, I'm assuming?
Yes, yep. Yeah, it was pretty fantastic. I drove down there planning to play the first event or two just kind of over the weekend of the opening series, and didn't really have long-term plans to go there and play the whole series. But sort of figured, if things start off well, then we'll just kind of reevaluate, and things started off about as well as they could. I ran like God, and I won the first event, and was like, okay, I mean, I'm literally the top player on the leaderboard. I got to play for the Stop Global Casino Championship, and said, all right, let's go, and just kept making deep runs. I placed third in the I forget exactly what they call it, but it was effectively like the high roller version of what they were running at that stop, as well as won the final event there. I needed a top 12 finish in the final event to secure the Global Casino Championship for the stop, and had a bunch of guys on the rail that were in second place. The guy that was in second place, along with his crew, on the rail, sweating me as I grounded out into the top 12, and I was in the top 3 chip stacks at that point, so it was not much of a sweat. But when we got down to the final 12 and it was secured, they came over, gave me the congratulations, and I went on to ship the whole thing as well. So
Nice.
wire to wire, pretty cool feeling.
Woo. How'd you celebrate?
Well, let's get back to that here real quick. So Tillman here is going to go ahead and bet $100. J-Stack going to call with the gutter and hits
Oh,
it.
dear.
What on earth is happening? This is out of the twilight zone. I mean, there's just
my
no business
gosh.
calling there, and somehow he just knows he's going to hit it. But Tillman now with 7s and 9s. Does he think?
He wants all of it.
Yeah. Oh, my God, he jammed. Yeah, I suppose this is a pot-sized jam. And Tillman's going to call
Oh, no.
and can't believe his eyes. I mean, yeah, this is ridiculous. I mean, this is just
Unprecedented.
It really is. I mean, J-Stack, he's up to 6K. Are we even an hour into the program?
I don't
Like,
think
what is
we
going
are.
on?
No, it's
No.
6:49.
50 minutes into the program, and J-Stack has gone from 1,000 to 6,000. That is probably the best hourly at these stakes that anyone in the history of the world has made. I can't imagine that anyone's run better than that in this amount of time.
It's very impressive.
Wow. All right. As we continue here on TCH Live, hope you're all enjoying the show. Yeah.
Welcome to J-Stack Plays Poker with Aaron and Caitlin.
Yeah, my goodness. So Amber, I'm sure we'll hear some more from her here in the chat.
Cat
My
echo.
goodness. Yeah, JTN 1968 saying, Aaron, can you get J-Stack to choose some Powerball numbers? Those would win for sure. Yeah, I think we should all go down there and, I don't know, just maybe touch him or something and see if we can pick up some of that run good,
I'm
because
going to rub that belly.
that
or
is-
whatever he's comfortable with. I'm sorry, Amber. I'm so sorry, Amber. I'll be respectful, I promise. But I need that. I need that luck.
It was just the belly, I swear. All right.
I just wanted the luck, girl. I promise.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness. All right, as we continue here, my goodness, this is just some wild stuff. Let's see here. Eddie now with a pair of sevens. Not the flop he was looking for.
No.
Mark flopping gutter to Broadway, and Eric.
All
with
the
top
gutters
pair.
are getting there, Mark. Get it in.
Well, at least from J-Stack's seat, anyways. So check over to Mark. He's going to go ahead and bet here 55, see if he can pick this up. Eric not going anywhere just yet. He folded top pair earlier. He says, that won't happen again. Not on my
I have
watch.
a worse kicker this time. I feel good about it.
Right. Backdoor diamonds. He didn't like the backdoor hearts last time, but let's see. Not going to pick one up there, so still got the best of it. Mark going to have to continue his aggression to get this through. There are definitely some hands like Jack 10, something of that nature, that will continue and then fold on later streets. So Mark is going to continue, as Caitlin's going to cough up a hairball over there.
Pardon me. I had to groom my cat earlier.
The things we do for our loved ones. Let's
I
see
don't
here.
have a cat. I have fish. I'm way too cool for cats.
Ooh, well, hack up a scale ball? I don't know.
No, my clownfish are dicks. They try to bite me every time I put my hand in there now.
Oh, they're just trying to exfoliate you a little. Wow, so that was an overbet on the turn with the gutter, and yeah, got our man to fold top pair again. Mark putting in the timely aggression, and he's going to get that one through.
Eric,
I like
if you need, I'm available for life coaching. We can get you betting these hands. I believe in you.
Let's see. All right, let's see here. Hey, Aaron, what is the promo code for ATX Poker and J-Stack merch? ATX Poker there in the chat can help you out with that as well, but it is going to be TCH. That'll get you $5 off your hoodie purchase, as well as, I'm not sure if that's going to apply to any other merch purchases at this time. But yeah, go on to atxpoker.club, check out all the fine merchandise.
Have you tried one on? Are they like cozy as heck?
The hoodies, I got one right here. Oh, it's fantastic
Let me feel
stuff.
this softness.
Oh yeah, it's good stuff. No, this is a fantastic, high quality product made by a gal here in right here in Austin.
Yeah.
You like it?
I can attest. Very soft hoodie.
Yeah.
It looks oversized too. I like my hoodies oversized.
Oh yeah, yeah. I went with the
Alright.
extra large just to make sure, and yeah, it's spacious but not too large. So.
Mark flops a 6.
And Dante top pair with the 10, so, and backdoor clubs. So let's see here. Mark was the initial raiser. He's going to go ahead and continue. And Dante going to raise. Interesting choice here. Going to raise with the top pair and middling kicker. See here, Mark trying to piece together whether or not his opponent would do this with a draw that would give him a reason to continue. So far, yeah, Dante playing pretty snugly and smartly, so he's going to opt to let it go, and Dante will pick it up there, denying his opponent any turn or river equity. Yeah, J-Stack there, 75% VPIP, and, you know, the number of hands that he's won is somewhere very close to that number as well. So that man just crushing it. And he's decided, you know what, it's time to let some other players win, and I'm going to get up from my seat and go, you know. Yeah, maybe he got a few too many texts from Amber about what he's buying her later. So he's got to go check the DMs. Let's see here. Asa Hughes in the chat saying no TCH live game on Thanksgiving Day. We will have a program the following night on Friday, I believe. Still working out all the details on that, but I believe that is the case.
You going back home with your family for Thanksgiving, Aaron?
So that was in the works all the way up until here just recently. So, with the way things have been going, and it's a tricky time. It's a tricky time for all of us, really. And, it's difficult to think about traveling. It's difficult to think about seeing some of your relatives who are a little bit up there in the number of trips around the sun, and whether or not it's worth it to, get together into these gatherings and potentially have someone put at risk. And that's a decision that everybody has to make for themselves. So I do think that my family is, at this point, we're looking at opting out of getting together, doing the big family gathering this time around, and we'll try to push things back to a nice Christmas gathering if we can make things work for that. So that's what things are looking like in the cards right now. How about yourself?
My family's here in Austin, so we'll be celebrating here in Austin.
Excellent.
I think my brother and sister-in-law will be with his in-laws, but
Okay.
It should be me and my folks, and I cook.
Oh,
I
nice.
smash it right
Yeah?
here.
You do like all of the dishes, or
I
do
do
you?
everything.
Wow, that's a lot of
I do
work.
everything.
Do you have minions at least?
No, no, I don't let anybody help. I'm a control freak. Have you met me?
Well, okay. I mean, it checks out, but still, I think you could
Maybe
control
you can
freak.
peel a potato if you're feeling generous.
There you go. All right. I prefer my mashed potatoes with the peels on. I'm a big fan of the skins, but that's just my hot take.
I grew up with a vegan cousin, so I actually do a lot of vegan dishes for my family that we've just loved over the years. For instance, Three Sisters stew is one of my specialties.
Okay. Not familiar with that recipe.
The Three Sisters are squash, pinto beans, and corn. They're the Three Sisters because that's how they planted them together seasonally in the colonial era that they learned from the Native Americans.
Okay. Fantastic stuff. You learn something new every day. As we're going 3 ways to a flop here, 9-8, 10-8, and 8-4. Anderson trying to see if he can get some of that 8-4 run good going. He's going to flop a gutter. And Mark here still with the best of it with 10 high, believe it or not. So whoever sneezes on this pot is going to pick it up. Check over to
I saw
Anderson.
Anderson out and about at a cash game, and I didn't recognize him without his suit on.
Oh, yeah.
And he was like, "Oh, yeah, I was on the stream." I was like, "Oh, I don't recognize you." He's like, "I'm always in the suit." Oh, I'm like, "Yes."
Yeah, Anderson is a classy dresser. And when he's not on the stream, he's wearing one of our fine TCH poker hoodies as well. So Anderson repping that. And you can, too. Go get yourself a hoodie and rep it up with the rest of the crew. Let's see here. We've got.
Y'all got to show Aaron some love on Instagram. He just started an Instagram at Aaron M. McAvoy. Give him a follow for all your Instagram poker needs. You can also follow me, too, if you want. I'm Caitlin Komeski.
Heck yeah, get on in there and do some following on the old Instagram. So I wouldn't say that I just started it. I just started using it. I created one a long time.
to peep on people?
Well, I mean, why not? No, so I created it a long time ago, and I don't know, I just never got into it. I saw friends and stuff who just spent all their time on it and were constantly posting things, and it's just oh, cool, another meal that you're eating, fantastic stuff, thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
And I just kind of was bored by it, so I never really got involved in updating, putting my life out there for other people to see. But it's kind of fun, I went out to that poker tournament up at TCH Dallas the other weekend, threw a couple of snaps up there of my chip stack and kind of updates on how things are going. So I do think I'll continue on with that, and of course always be promoting our programs here at TCH Live. So look for me there and get all the hot takes of what's going on in my life. As we take a look here at the chat, looks like, so we are going to have that program the Friday after Thanksgiving. Will be another 2-5, no limit hold'em, just shifting by 1 day, since we've got plenty of other activities on Thanksgiving for you guys to enjoy. And of course, it's always nice to get a day off for everyone to go and see their family and hang out, make those Three Sisters stew and mashed potatoes and such. So I have become well known for my Thanksgiving mashed potato recipe that I always put together.
Okay, how do you do it? Let me criticize you and tell you how you're doing it wrong.
Criticize me, my goodness. I ain't telling you nothing. No, it's so I always have enjoyed making things with blue cheese because I feel like the flavor that you get from it is very unique. So I go.
J-Stack flopped a gutter. Uh-oh. Y'all gird your loins, as Stanley Tucci would say.
Well, if he hits it, Eric 1K is going to hit it too. So
Eric will find a fold, though.
well,
before J-Stack hits it, I mean.
could be. Josh here has flopped bottom
I love
pair.
being right.
J-Stack is going to bet, and sure enough, everyone's going to fold. Yeah, the prognosticator of the universe, Caitlin Komeski here, telling it like it is. Okay, so into my mashed potatoes, we go red potatoes, baby portobello mushrooms, onions, garlic.
Fresh garlic or garlic powder?
Fresh garlic.
Yeah.
Then we're going bacon and chives.
That sounds decadent as hell, Aaron.
Oh,
I get a taste.
man, it's fantastic. Dude, like, so, yeah, each time I make it, whoever's there is always asks me for the recipe after the meal. They're like, dude, that was amazing. So, you know.
I'm assuming you saute those mushrooms?
Yeah, the onions, the mushrooms, the garlic,
Yeah.
all sauteed together with butter, or just in the bacon fat, actually. Sorry, the butter is usually just used to sort of fill out everything. But, yeah, in the bacon fat, after I cook up the bacon, saute all the vegetables up,
Yeah.
and then mix it all in with the mashed potatoes, and add blue cheese and Parmesan to taste.
Sorry if we're making y'all hungry. You're in your
Yeah,
home,
I'm making
though. Make
myself
yourself
hungry. I'm ready to go. So
I'm starving.
yeah, So anybody wants to try out that recipe, it's all there for you. So there you go. We got cooking time with Aaron and Caitlin in the booth. As Tillman here is going to flop top pair, but not a good kicker because Eddie here has flopped top pair with the queen kicker.
And that diamond's coming for our boy. We got to know.
Yeah, J-Stack with the diamond draw. And, yeah, as things have gone here tonight, it does seem like it'll probably be a diamond, but not right away. So it's just going to give Tillman enough
just
to
so that
commit
he's
his
ready
stack.
to get stacked again. Yeah,
Exactly.
when it comes in on the river.
Goodness. Tillman going to fire out 200 here. J-Stack actually just going to let it go. Interesting that he's not feeling the run good on that card right there. It is
For
a full pot size bet.
Okay, yeah.
Eddie going to put in the call, though. No reason to feel too concerned about the king-queen quite yet. But sure enough, the 5 of hearts on the end would not have been the diamond that J-Stack was looking for, and it also does not improve Eddie's hand.
He know.
I mean, so, yeah, J-Stack, he's a pretty wild player, and sometimes you see him make these folds, and you're like, yeah, normally that's a spot where he would call, like he did with the gutter ball before, and just drills it on the end. It is sort of uncanny how the man, chooses correctly, but we've also seen him misfire in spots as well. So let's not forget that this man is immortal, or not immortal. He's mortal? I don't know. There's like a simpler way to say that. But at the end of the day,
What's your PhD in again, honey?
talking words. Tillman is going to get a value bet paid off here. 400 on the end. Eddie has to pay it off.
Ugh, I'm happy to see something go Tillman's way, though.
Yeah, at the expense of Eddie, Tillman is going to pick up a nice $757, so that will be a little bit of a Band-Aid on the big beating that he took earlier.
You and I were playing 1-3 with Eddie last Friday, weren't we?
Is that
Because
right?
I told you I thought he looked like that Boardwalk Empire actor, and you looked at me like I was crazy then, too.
Oh, yeah. See, you know all this stuff that I don't know. My PhD is not in pop culture and, whatever films you've seen.
Watch your tone.
Okay. All right. Looks like J-Stack is finally going to color up a giant pile of those red chips, so we'll have more pinks and blacks come in here shortly. As he's under the gun and he didn't get his straddle in time, so he's going to just have to open this pot to $1 million or something. Oh, no, he announced that he was putting in the straddle and got it through. So there is a $50 straddle here. We got some raggy cards getting thrown into the muck. Over around to Eddie, who has just added on top
Do you
his
straddle
stack of-
regularly under the gun as a player?
So there was a time that I did pretty regularly when the stakes were 1-3, taking it up to $6. With the 2-5 structure, I've slowed that down. I do think that playing on the $5 big blind makes the action plenty big, and there's no necessarily strong
big enough for
motivation
me.
to do it, but That is what she said just now. Let's see. So we've got King High going to take this down. Yeah, Eddie going to go ahead and fire at this, and his opponents didn't have a good piece, so he's going to pick it up. But anyways, what I was going to say there is it depends on the lineup, too. I think it always depends on the lineup. If you have a lot of sort of loosey-goosey players that like to limp a lot, I think that you can definitely go ahead and increase the price to make them do so. There's nothing wrong with that strategy, but you know, with a 1K max buy-in at these games, you know, you instantly start putting it up to 10, and then maybe somebody puts in a restraddle to 20. You start to shallow those stacks out pretty quick. So, anyways, we'll just kind of see how things shake out. We've only recently here moved to the 2-5 structure as well, moving away from the 1-3. So we'll kind of see how things work out.
I think that's the right move.
I agree. Yeah, I do like it.
For the whole community, really, for Austin poker in general.
Yeah, I agree. And the games really don't play that much differently outside of those straddles.
Yeah.
So let's see here. I almost feel like William just folded. No, he I thought he had a hand that was maybe playable, but he did fold it out. We've got Dante raising with the 2 black 6s under the gun. He keeps waking up with his hands under the gun, but he hasn't shied away from opening. Josh going to call out of the cutoff. Mark coming in with the Jack 8 on the button. And J-Stack 9-5. Why not? All right.
Shout out to my girl Becky. Her favorite song is 9-5. I know she's watching.
Oh,
hey,
nice.
Becky.
Well, the 9-5 has picked up a pair, but it's no good. Dante here with the best of it with the pair of 6s, but not feeling probably too strong about his hand. Checks around over to Mark on the button. He's going to take off a free one and make an open-ender. J-Stack now with 2 pair. Dante's hand is crushed. Josh drawing dead with his pair of 5s. J-Stack going to put out a little feeler bet of 20. Interesting. Not going to size up, so he's going to get Dante to come along. Josh as well. All 4 of these players are going to make the call of that small $20 bet. Going to a river here. Oh, no, I take it back. Mark has raised. So he's taken this bet, call as weakness, and he's going to turn his open-ender into a bluff with a sizable raise. Don't expect J-Stack to go anywhere. The other 2 players are probably going to feel pretty disinclined to continue, but J-Stack actually going to go ahead and 3-bet this.
Why not?
Wow, yeah. When you're behind, you're just throwing your chips away, and when your opponent has a straight draw, then you are charging him. So he's picked correctly again. You know what? That's how we do. Pardon me. Let's see here. Yeah, just going through the chat. Moose Duty saying, at Aaron, words are hards. They absolutely are. So, you know.
Hey, Moose Duty, my chat friend. How you doing?
Oh, my goodness. All right. So, let's see here. We're going to go to a river. It's a king of diamonds.
I'll stray for you, Mark. Denied.
J-Stack quickly checks it over, and Mark is lining up a bet.
Yeah.
Gets snap called. Oh, my God. So J-Stack going to add $742 more to that massive stack.
Is he over 7 now?
No, but he's getting there. He's getting close. You know, it won't be long. Probably another hand, and then he will be. My goodness.
That's a down payment on a house that you just made in, what, an hour and 8 minutes?
Yeah, and he finished that stream a couple weeks ago up around 6K. Started that one at 1K. He didn't quite go as ballistic on the last stream, just last Thursday. I think he may have even finished down just a hair, or down a little bit. But yeah, off to just an unbelievable start here this evening on TCH Live Thursday. Hope you all are enjoying the program. If you are, help us out. Hit that like button and make sure that you are subscribed for all of our upcoming programs.
You got to smash it.
You do. You got to smash it. You could roundhouse kick it like Chuck Lee,
Chuck Lee Norris.
Bruce Norris. Yeah.
Even more deadly.
Indeed. Once again, words are very hard. So we've got 530 of you fine folks watching. Appreciate having you. Do us a favor, hit that like button. As Eddie here, he's going to limp with 5s after Angry Scott had limped with his deuces. Mark going to put in a raise. It says this limping shall not stand. Dante also a small pair. but he's going to let it go. Interesting. Not going to set mine there with the 4s. A little bit worried maybe about a back raise after these early position players had just limped in. A 4 on the flop is going to give him a little bit of anxiety, but it's not there.
No, you made the right call. Way to go, bro.
Tillman flopping the best of it here with a pair of 9s, which is bottom pair on the board.
He can't know he's good there.
A 3 now. Not going to change anyone's equities. In fact, Tillman now 90% to win this if we make it to showdown. Check over to Mark now, who has shown a propensity to take stabs at these pots, but the fact that he didn't bet on the flop kind of, yeah.
Yeah, honey, your story don't make sense.
It really doesn't, but we'll see if Tillman gets sticky because he's the only one who really has any, no.
No?
Yeah.
All right, we stand corrected, Mark.
Yeah, I do think that that is a spot. Just like you said, the story doesn't make sense for Tillman to continue. You definitely have nothing but a bluff catcher, but you also have a gutter. So there's a lot of opportunities for you to continue there, I think. But he's just going to take the low variance route and just fold it out, which means that Mark gets to pick that one up. And I must say that I really have enjoyed watching Mark play. I think that he was always a strong player, but we have seen him improve a lot, and it's really been showcased here on TCH Live. Just the quality of his bluffs and the situations where he chooses to either go for value or to go for these bluffs is really spot on. So nice work there, Mark. Angry Scott going to limp the ace-jack offsuit.
Ooh.
Interesting play. Eddie going to bump it up, though. And Tillman, all 3 players with a jack.
This better be a planned check raise, Stanley Tucci, or a limp raise.
Yeah, I would hope so as well. He is reaching for chips, but no, that is...
No, that's a black, no, is it?
Right you are, right you are,
Yes!
all right.
I knew I liked you, Scott.
All right, so the limp back raise coming in. This looks really strong, and his opponents don't have hands that can really continue against this. I mean, wow. And you know what? Every time I say something, it's wrong. So Eddie is going to call the jack.
We're going to learn a lot about Tillman, about how much he likes drawing up.
Well, he's priced in, absolutely.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, I'm calling there. If I somehow make my way through the hand in this fashion, I would also call to see this flop. In position, jack 10 of hearts, got to see a flop.
For sure.
And Angry Scott, he's like, this is not how I drew this up.
No, he's like, y'all were just supposed to give me the blinds. I don't know what's happening here.
Yeah, everyone was supposed to believe that I have aces. So now I actually have to act like I have aces and continue.
I believe in him.
Luckily for him, his opponents have whiffed, and that king is actually a pretty scary card in terms of perhaps mixing some ace-king into your limp back raising range. So, yeah, Eddie going to get out of there. And Angry Scott going to take it down.
Yes, King, we stand.
Yeah, he just got some extra value, you know, so good on him. All right, Amber saying he deserves the run good. He's a good person, an amazing boyfriend, and a fantastic dad. So that I would expect to hear nothing less about our man J-Stack. He
Literally,
is just a good guy.
thanks for sharing, Amber. I like to hear that.
Yeah, pretty.
God bless you, J-Stack.
Pretty
way
fantastic
to take care
stuff.
of your fam.
Heck yeah. All right, let's see here. Anything else of note here in the chat? Eric saying we haven't seen much from Angry Scott, I don't think. Well, we just saw some good moves right there. So let's see. Now we got a clash of the diamonds here. Eddie raising it up with the ace-5. Josh going to call.
Poor Josh.
Queen 9. Mark with a couple of 4s. He can do some set mining, and he will.
Do you remember my pocket 4s on Friday?
Your pocket 4s on
I flopped
Friday.
a set.
Okay.
I get called. I fill up on the turn. 4s full of jacks.
Oh, that's right.
And then Jack 7 called and spiked a 7 on the river.
That's right. I do remember that.
Luckily, it was the short stack of the table, though. Otherwise, I would have been devastated.
Yeah, it was like for a couple $100 instead of $1 billion. But wow.
Here come the 4.
Yeah, 4s flopping sets. Speak of the devil, and there you go. William with an open ender on the bottom end. Josh and Eddie have not really connected with this in a way that they wanted to. Eddie does have middle pair.
Wasn't it Tillman that had Jack 7, now that I think of it?
Yeah,
I think
you're
it
right.
was.
I think you're right.
Shout out to my boy Till. Good call.
Yeah, dude, running good. You know, he had to tune you up a little bit. Thought you were getting cocky over there.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
All right, so Mark gonna bet 85. Eddie is still interested in this hand with his second pair. Will the Nick got out of there with?
No!
He got out of there with the threes. The open ender, he just ran for the hills.
No.
The 7 of hearts wouldn't have been the 7 he was looking for,
Of
but
course,
still,
but-
he would have had the goods. We go to a jack here on the end, which is no bueno. Not that Eddie was really going to win this without a chop anyways. And, yeah, Mark with the best of it here with a set of 4s. But Eddie going to go ahead and fire out at this. And this is likely just a snap call. Your set of 4s turned into a bluff catcher. No, he's going to fold it.
What?
I don't know. Maybe the bet was too large. We don't have that up on the action
I mean,
tracker
4
just
cards
yet.
straight. You
Oh, it was
got it.
250. Okay. It was a polarizing bet, which was the right move from Eddie. So he knew that if he was going to take it down, he needed to bet large.
Good play,
And
Eddie.
yeah, he got the set of 4s to fold. So I guess there were hearts and a one-liner
Did
to
he
his
table
the 4s.
no, did Eddie table his ace?
I believe he did. Maybe you can let us know in the chat if he did. I think he showed him, but I could be wrong. But yeah, definitely Mark showed the 4s, and then
I was playing, John G, who's on the stream sometimes.
yep, Big John. Yep.
Yeah, I was playing with Big John, and I bluffed him, and I got him to fold, and I showed it to him, and he's like, I'm never going to let you do that to me ever again.
And you're like, all right, doing it for value from here on out. Yep.
I was like, heard, brother, heard.
Oh, very good. All right. Derek and Sierra Whitener putting in the usual Roman numerals. Always appreciate to have you guys here with us. As I get caught up here on the chat, just realized that William is there. Yes, he is. He's not played very many hands, as is per usual. We'll actually have to get a look and see if he's above his own Lottie line. No, he's not. Getting the old head shake from super producer Carolyn.
$31. They just had that on the screen. He had a marginal loss.
Okay, but his VPIP,
Oh,
so the Lottie
I'm sorry,
line
I
is
missed
15% VPIP, and if Lottie is under the Lottie line, then it checks out. As we're going to a Omaha bomb pot here, let's see who gets stacked this time.
These make me nervous even just to watch.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna be sick.
no, they're fascinating to watch. Which is what I do these days because I get stacked too often. Oh, William's got the aces.
Oh, be good to Willie.
This is what happens to Will. He gets aces in these Omaha bomb pots, and then things either go tits up and he gets wrecked, or he gets it all in and chops the pot or something.
Looks like J Stack flopped 2 pair.
Oh, why not?
Oh, and so did Eric. Flopped the same 2 pair. He has nearly identical hands.
Yeah, they
Eric
got the
and
same damn
J-Stack.
hand.
That happened earlier.
Yeah, 4-card is a crazy game. Let's see. Anybody else with a good chunk of this equity? We got Anderson here, who's flopped a wrap. So, yeah, and he completes it. No, sorry. No, he doesn't. That's a board pairing 5. For some reason, I thought that was a 4. So now
Josh with the 5.
Now Josh has trips.
Yes, Josh. Get your value, king.
Gonna bet 80 with his trip 5's ace kicker. Anderson is done with it. He says the wrap no good now that the board has paired, and generally that's going to be a smart move. He did have a good chunk of equity, but not going to continue. Josh will flash the 5.
Well, that's the smallest PLO bomb pot I've ever seen.
It's not the smallest I've ever seen, but it was for the way that things have been happening here tonight, very underrepped.
Very modest. Very
yeah,
modest.
very modest indeed. All right.
Yeah, no, if we're playing dealer's choice bomb pots and someone calls out 4 cards, I'm like, goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
No, not me. Not today.
You don't play them anymore? Or you never did?
No, I got my ass handed to me. I was in a private game where you you're expected to play the bomb pot. So
Okay.
I was overvaluing my trips. I just like I truly don't know that game too well, and I wasn't really intuiting my way through it very well either.
Yeah. No, it's a tough game. Certainly, it's a tough game to master, but it's even a tough game just to learn what you should not be doing. Right. In Hold'em, it's a little bit more straightforward. You can still obviously make mistakes, but you're like, you've either got something or you don't. In Omaha, it's like you could have something and that just ain't good enough, bro. Like you should not be playing hands that are as bad as like the fourth nuts sometimes. It just which would normally be very strong hands. J-Stack here gonna continuation bet big over bet with the ace-9 and get Anderson to fold out. Interesting choice to go for the overbet on that very wet texture. Going to try to make draws pay the maximum, I guess, to see a turn. And get all worse hands to fold at that expense. But, well, there you go. He's going to pick it up. No harm, no foul. Adds a nice little 25 bucks to his stack. As William under the Lottie line, as is Anderson. Angry Scott there towing the line right at 15%. Says, you know what? Lottie line sounds good to me. That's where I'm going to hang out. All right, getting some napkins thrown in the garbage. Tillman here with the Queen 10 of Hearts, opting just to limp. Definitely like to see an open. J-Stack says, I'll open. I have a jack and I have a 2. Good old Choctaw nuts.
Confidence to bet it.
Mm-hmm. Do you know of the Choctaw nuts?
No.
You haven't heard of that?
No,
that is the Jack
me.
Deuce. The Jack Deuce is the Choctaw nuts.
Why is it the Choctaw nuts?
You know what? So I don't remember the exact story of how it came to be, but anyone who plays at Choctaw knows that Jack 2 is the Choctaw nuts. I had to learn it the hard way. Somebody said Choctaw nuts or something, and I was just like baffled by what they were talking about. Yeah. And they tabled the Jack Deuce, and I was like, how is that the nuts anywhere? Oh, God. What? Oh, this game is unbelievable. And not only does J-Stack flop 2 pair, but he has 2 opponents with top pair and an opponent, then 2 opponents, with flush draws. So he actually is in a little bit of danger. Like, he needs a safe run out, but this could just be another gigantic pot if his hand holds. Because he's reaching for chips. He's got a pink one in there, and he is.
I got a piece.
All of the chips are going in here for probably Angry Scott. God, I don't know. Maybe he's going to get priced out with the nut flush draw here. We're on Dante, who has top pair, second best kicker. And, yeah, he's just pained. He's like, what on earth is going on? How do these flops happen, and how do I end up having to fold? I mean,
he doesn't even have to dodge the hearts. They'll just
bow
out gracefully.
Yeah, well, yeah. So he's done. Anderson, who's on a relatively short stack, right? So if he thinks that J-Stack's up to no good, he could just pile it in and be like, well, I only had 800. But no, he's going to get out of the way. Angry Scott is all in. Okay, so I was wondering what his move would be, and he is going to ship it in.
Tillman, get out of the way. Save yourself.
Yeah, the thing for Tillman is that with this action, it's very likely that one of his opponents does have the ace-high flush draw. Yeah. But he's going to call anyways, so he says maybe they both have sets or 2 pairs or something, and I can find a way to win this. But he's going to pile his chips in. This is another massive pot, 4.9K. J-Stack with the best of it right now. Needs to dodge
King 9 of hearts, bink for our buddy Tillman.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, he's drawing really thin. He needs, like, running Queen 10 is what he needs. As we're going to get all the stacks cut down because we need to pull in the 1.5Ks from Tillman's bet. And then Angry Scott and J-Stack will be playing for the outside pot. So we're going to get this all chopped up, cut down, counted out, and then we will go to our turn and rivers. So
who else folded hearts? How many hearts are we working with here?
Honestly, I did not see, but certainly the other 2 players that folded just had top pair. With, it was King Jack and Jack 9. Neither of those players had a heart. All right, yeah, Tillman trying to run out some queens and 10s here.
Will J stack. Did he fold?
No. We've just got the action tracker trying to get caught up as we get all of the inputs. Yeah. No. We know that J Stack has his jack and his deuce over there. He's already tabled his hand, turned face up. Oh, not a heart and not a heart.
J Stack did fold.
Wait. Oh, he
did because
folded.
they shoved on him. He let it go, and he would have been best.
Oh, I thought that. Oh my
the
God.
10, a single pair of 10s won that hand.
Well, he hit a queen on one board and a 10 on the other. So they
it
ran
was
it.
top pot? Yeah.
No. They ran it twice. He hits the queen and then he hits the 10.
hit the 10. Yeah.
So
Sorry,
Tillman. Tillman just got
yes, honey.
unreasonably
That's what we
bailed
said
out.
he literally needed.
But I thought it was going to need to be a queen and a 10 on the same board because I was convinced that J-Stack had called, and J-Stack would have shipped all of that.
Oh, my gosh.
I can't believe he folded.
I'm surprised.
So that's what happened. It was a ship all in. It was a call for less from Tillman, and then J-Stack tabled that hand and announced fold. My God, I thought he just turned it up and was like, "All right, let's go, bros."
Let's dance.
Wow. So so a
Way to
misstep.
go, my buddy Tilly.
A misstep from J-Stack there would have shipped all of those chips. Wow, that is fantastic stuff. So exciting times here on TCH Live. Thank you all for joining us. Hope that you enjoyed what you just saw right there and are buckled in and ready to go. Get that popcorn popped because it's just going to keep on coming as we are about an hour and a half into the program. 2.5 hours to go here on TCH Live Thursday edition. 2-5. Match the stack. No limit Texas Hold'em. Again, here in the booth, I got Caitlin Komeski, always with us, running the show. Super producer Carolyn. Do us a favor, hit that like button. Let us know if you are enjoying this broadcast. J-Stack now with a suited ace. Finding out what's going on here. Tillman has called. Limped in, I guess, with the ace-10, something along those lines. I guess we're still trying to get things squared away, so bear with us. We'll get everything moving along here as now J-Stack is going to put in the raise to 25.
J-Stack staring the camera down. Did you see that little eye contact?
So there is a TV right up at what looks like camera, So we've seen that on occasion from the corner of the table. Looks like they're kind of like mad dogging the camera, but oftentimes it is just looking up at the TV. Because here in just about the next the Thursday night football game has begun. So that's something I need to keep my eye on as well because this is a really big week for my fantasy football team, which I'm sure all of you care about deeply. We can get back to that here as we've gone 4 ways to a flop.
Broadway.
Indeed. Broadway for Tillman. And Angry Scott now with top pair. This is
Dante call here, with his draw.
Yep. Angry Scott, he's done with it. He says top pair no good. And that is not a heart, but it is a chop. And a check from Tillman, a bet of 500 from Dante, and a fold from Tillman.
Was he afraid of the spades, I guess?
He was.
Okay, but they were backdoor.
They were indeed. So I guess he just wasn't feeling spicy calling a pot-sized bet to get half that pot back. This is one of those spots where, I mean, you just really have to applaud Dante is what you have to do because it's like not everyone is going to fire a bet like that and try to get your opponent off of a chop or just value, right? I mean, he's like, well, and I'll throw you some props as well for doing it. And I do think that that's just it's the sign of a good aggressive poker player who sees opportunities to win all of the money instead of half of the money. And Dante saw that opportunity right there. And, I mean, it almost feels like he had to have been trying to push him off a chop because if he thought that the Broadway was good there on the end, he would have bet smaller to try to get paid off by a set or two pair. But anyways, he gets it through and takes down the whole thing. And we move on to the next hand as we continue talking in the past. Let's see.
Very nice, juicy pot. racking up here.
Yeah, the ace-king raised up from early middle position by Eric 1K and just a cascade of calls down the line. Not what you like to see with ace-king, and not the flop you're looking for either.
Oh, Josh is finally hitting some flops.
Yeah,
Maybe he can dig himself out of this hole. I believe in you, Josh.
yeah, well, we'll see. This is certainly the way to get it started, flopping top 2. Nobody else with a whole lot of anything, though, so that is actually just going to fold down the line.
Dealer, for the love of God, give William a pair. Give my boy Willie something.
He got the
Shove
3s
it.
earlier.
I
then
know, and he
do
let
it.
us down.
Yeah, he folded him before the turn. Would have made a straight. Would have won the hand. Wasn't
It's
to be.
Willie's waiting for his spots, but someone deal him some ladies or cowboys. He just give him a minute break.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. You know, let us know in the chat here who you think is stands the best chance of going toe-to-toe with J Stack and taking some chips out of his pot or out of his stack there, huh?
I see we have a massage being booked by our lovely friends at Royal Touch. They do 3 poker clubs in town where you can get massages at Shuffle 512, Palm Social Club, and TCH.
Indeed. The fantastic massage therapist there from Texas Royal Touch. $1.50 a minute. And yeah, they tune me up on the regular because sitting at these tables, man,
I've seen you enjoy a massage.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Definitely necessary to get those muscles worked out.
I can't do that. I feel so awkward. I remember one time they were just giving me a freebie to like try to, and I just felt so uncomfortable the whole time.
Wait, from a freebie? Oh, just because they were touching you?
they were just like, hey, would you like a free 10-minute massage? Like they're just trying to drum up business, you know?
Yeah.
And so I said yes, of course, to that, and like oohed and awed, like. But I feel uncomfortable getting a massage. She did an amazing job. All the therapists, the licensed therapists that Royal Touch employs are amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not for me. Not for me.
Okay. Well, yeah, I did feel a little bit uncomfortable the very first time when I was like, you know, finally felt like I was like, you know what, I can afford to get a massage. Like I'm tight and everything. Like I should do that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Mark gonna pick up a pot after it was just a lot of checking after a 3-bet pre-flop. And there were, I mean, I've just never gone back. It's like this is the best thing ever. You're sitting here, you're tight, and you're not going anywhere. Like you got nothing else to do, so you may as well feel better.
I don't know. Daniel Negreanu told me not to.
He told you not to get a massage?
Haven't you seen those ads for his master class where he's like, you got to be paying attention when you're sitting at the table. You can't be eating a sandwich and getting a massage.
Oh, well.
That used to come up on my YouTube like constantly. I've heard him say that so many times.
Yeah, no, I remember.
D-Negs. Yes, Carolyn knows what's up.
Did you see the mashup that Doug Polk's video crew put together? Just like wrecking him when he did his little tirade thing on when he was doing the GG poker stuff.
No,
you haven't seen?
Send it to me. Send it to me.
Yeah. So
Cowboys for Eric.
I know a bunch of people in the chat will have seen this, and it's just the best video ever. It did get taken down from YouTube at one point. They had to put it back up under a different account, but it's out
Eric,
there,
if you
and it's fantastic.
check an ace high flop, I'm going to be so mad at you. You nut up and you push these through.
All right. Well, Big Daddy Caitlin here let you know how it's done. Yeah. Everybody here at TCH Live can be a Big Daddy somebody. So come on down, get yourself in the mix. We got 1-2, we got 2-5, we've got tournaments, we've got PLO.
I think he might shove here, the way his session's been going. He may just say, give it to me now.
Yeah, and honestly, given the stack to pot ratio there, that wouldn't necessarily be the wrong play.
He's flattened though.
Yeah, gonna play this one slow, which I don't mind either. A hand
It's already
is strong.
heads up.
Yeah, exactly. It's heads up. You've got a hand as strong as kings. It's a little bit dangerous, but he is also in position, so I don't mind it. And you can get tricky with these sometimes. Mark gonna just open rip though with the flop over pair.
Snappage for Mark. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Eric is gonna do his due diligence and find out exactly how much he's calling off, but I can't imagine this is the flop that he was gonna fold on. Yeah, he's counting it out, probably just so that he can tell his
I
opponent how
admire
much
this
he's going to pay him.
discipline. I would not bother.
No, I think he wants to know exactly how much he's getting paid. He's going to be like, all right, you're going to give me 1,100 and whatever it is. And indeed, that is the case because Mark has run out.
King's hold.
No good. So, yeah, fantastic double up there and really well played. Honestly, I think.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe if that's an ace-high flop and his opponent jams, I don't know. Mark probably doesn't do that, and who knows? You just never know how it plays out, but getting paid the full double up right there.
Way to go, Andre. I take everything back.
Moose Duty saying at Aaron they had to edit the ending because of the vulgarity. That I think that's right. Yeah, so it got flagged by YouTube because, I mean, it was all just reproduced from what D-Nex was doing, but it's just hilarious. Like the video is just absolutely fantastic. Maybe if somebody in the chat, wait, can you probably can't do links in the chat without getting busted by our Nightbot or whatever bot. So, anyways, it's out there. You can find it. And it's fantastic. So we'll pull it up before we get out of here tonight, and you'll watch it and you'll lose your shit. Yeah, you're gonna bust up. Let's see here. Kid Ace saying, "Is Maria Ho commentating?" Well,
Kind of, babe.
yeah. Just,
no, that is
right
the
there
biggest
in the same.
compliment to me, honestly. Maria is my girl. Her filler, her face, her play, her career. I have all the love and respect for Miss Maria Ho. One of
Yeah.
my fave. Definitely my style of player, too. We have a lot of things in common in our style of play, and that she talks at the table and she's social.
Yeah, great player. Always love seeing her make deep runs in big tournaments.
Yeah, she's not this year, but I think 2 or 3 years ago she was the last woman standing for the second time in the main event. I think she
Yeah.
went out at 75 in 2018 or 2019.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds familiar. As we've gone 4 ways to this flop, we got 2 spades, 2 queens, and nobody connecting with it. So Josh going to bet and take it down with just king high backdoor club. So a little bit of aggression right there. Going to pick up the pot. And we will continue on TCH Live Thursday edition 2-5. Match the stack.
Who are some of your favorite pros, Aaron?
So Alex Foxon and his lovely girlfriend are probably my.
Is that Liv Burry?
No.
Her? That's a different couple.
Yeah, Liv Burry is
I don't remember her
Igor
boyfriend's name.
Kurganov.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah. No. Somebody help me. Why am I drawing a blank? No. I'm looking over at super producer Carolyn, seeing if she can help me out. But somebody in the chat, tell me who am I thinking of? Alex Foxon's girlfriend, badass poker player.
I'm an adult, so I'm going to Google
Yeah. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank. Sometimes that happens.
How do you
Words
spell
are hard. Foxen.
Store checks out.
Let's see here. We've gone 3 ways to a flop. Queen, 4, couple of diamonds.
Kristen Bicknell.
Kristen Bicknell.
I didn't
yes.
know her man was a pro.
Oh yeah, and they are 2 of the strongest players in the world.
She's amazing. She's a great commentator too.
Yeah, no. So I love watching those 2 players mix it up. I think they're both just at the top of their game and absolutely crushing it. So.
Absolutely.
Let's see here. So we've made it to a river here. Eddie going to pick up a pair of aces. He had the best hand the whole way down. He's going to check. Mark is going to bet 50 here. 1/3 pot, just trying to get his opponent basically to fold diamonds. Nothing else should fold to this bet. And Eddie, I guess, is actually going to go for a small check raise. Try to get paid by middling pair of 8s or something like that. Interesting. But Mark going to quickly get out of there with his king high, and Eddie will pick up the pot. Let's see here. So, got some questions in the chat here. Asking, I think what got me interested in my PhD. No, that was ATX Poker asking that. So sorry, just getting caught up on the chat here.
Is someone really asking that, or are you just trying to brag about your PhD again?
No. I'm trying to weed through the glory of the chat to find out what is in here. But also, someone is asking, who is this lady commentating?
My name is Caitlin Komeski. I am a cash player here in Austin. I have a background in the entertainment industry. I was a former stand-up, or I still am. It's just, quarantine, but I'm a comedian. And I used to tour with a burlesque troupe as a host. Pinups on Tour was the main outfit that I toured with. I also did Working the Tees. And yeah, that's who I am. Follow me at Caitlin Komeski on Twitter and Instagram. That's CAITLINCOMESKEY.
There you have it, people. Let's see, we've got heads up to a flop. J-Stack back in the mix. He's got Queen 10 for a gutter ball. Mark here with a total air ball, but he did have the pre-flop aggression and he continuation bet, and he's going to fire again. So he's just like, I have the range advantage. You are J-Stack and are playing everything, so I'm just going to keep betting, and eventually you're going to fold unless you just somehow make the nuts. So it's nuts or fold, and this time it was fold. So Mark picks up the pot.
I really want to see J-Stack bully this table a little more. I think he maybe just be bored with winning.
I don't think anybody gets bored at winning, especially not J-Stack. But I do.
Amber, will you text this man and tell him to pump it up a little? If I can affect action, is that horribly illegal?
No, not horribly, but borderline.
Just a soft suggestion.
Yeah, no, I don't think he needs too many inspirations to do what he does. But let's see here. Mark with the 9-8 of diamonds going to be inspired to raise up to 80.
I knew it. He heard me.
And it looks like that's going to get through over to Will in the straddle, and he's got the Jack-6, and he's going to be like, nope, I can't do anything with this. So William going to continue to move on down below the Lottie line as we continue on TCH Thursday. He's got some company down there. Anderson
he's going to get sub 10 if he keeps this up.
I think he was already in the single digits. Yeah. No, maybe I'm wrong. It was 12%, right? Yeah, he and Anderson were down at like 12%. We'll get another look at those VPIPs here in a moment, and we'll find out what's going on down there. But William and Anderson also bringing up the bottom of the chip counts. We'll see if things can get more exciting here as we continue on TCH Live. People talking physics and stuff. Yes, the good old stuff. The good old nuclear physics. Ed saying, Aaron, good hearing your voice commentating, and hello to Caitlin.
Hello.
ATX Poker saying, Caitlin, I have a question for you. How do you keep your curls so on point?
Oh my gosh, are you trolling me right now? Because that's like my favorite question I've ever been asked. I do not heat treat my hair at all, except for the occasional blow dry at the salon. But my most recent curls that you may have seen on my Instagram stories from a few days ago, I used drinking straws, and I took really tiny sections, and there were a ton of them, and I put them in wet with a little bit of product on dirty hair. And I took them out in the morning and styled them out. When you take out a wet set, you kind of got to tease it a little bit and put some smoothing cream on it, get down the frizz. But yeah, so they held up all day. And then I got to wear a pretty updo the next day with my curly hair. So cannot recommend enough. Thanks for the question.
Wow. That's exactly what I do too. So wow. Great minds think alike, Okay, I did just pull up the Thursday night football game, and yeah.
Another gutter for our boy.
Oh, for the love of God. Okay, so J-Stack makes his straight. He bets. William folds the top pair top kicker. Will finally got in there, and just nothing doing because J-Stack is doing what he does best. So yeah, looking at Thursday night football here, looks like my opponent has DK Metcalf, who has 1 reception for 25 yards and a touchdown. So, making those catches
Is this
count.
money you're playing for with your fantasy?
It is indeed. We usually do 200 per team. It's only 100 this year because of COVID. But still, yeah, playing for something. My
How
team,
big's the pot?
12-team league, so $1,200 in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm currently 8-2, first in the league, but I'm up against the next strongest player in the league, and he's in my division. And I own the tiebreaker against him currently, but if he wins now, then we would go to the same, record, and the tiebreaker would be broken. So I really could use a win here. Anyways, we'll drop the fantasy football talk. We'll get back to poker because we got Mark here putting in a 3-bet with the ace-king offsuit. J-Stack now trying to figure out, can I just hit everything? I think I can, so I'm going to come along with the 10-7 of hearts. This is the kind of play that makes J-Stack, like, really fun to play against, because when he's not just, like, hitting everything and running like God, he's getting mixed up in these big pots with these very mediocre hands.
I haven't seen him pay people off too much, though. He's pretty disciplined with his folds, it seems, from what I've seen. You tell me if I'm wrong.
No, that's not necessarily wrong, but he doesn't like to lose pots, whether or not he can be disciplined. So there can be spots where you can sort of set him up. Mark is trying to set him up here with a flop check with the pair of aces. And indeed, see, so Mark going to put in the bet to 250. J-Stack going to snap raise him to 550. And Mark, I think, already called. Yes, he called and we went to a river. Now Mark going to check. J-Stack deciding if he wants to continue with his third pair bluff. When
I
he
think he's going to find a frickin' check here. Look at
well,
this man.
yeah, I mean, when he got
this man.
snap called on the turn, that's pretty strong. And he is going to think best of it. And he's going to check. Mark's going to show him the goods. So, yeah.
I am very impressed with you tonight, J-Stack.
Yeah, I mean,
I think he only made the one bad fold.
Oh, yeah, with the
big
jack
pot.
deuce. Yeah, maybe another slight misstep earlier, but yeah, really making a lot of the right choices there. Interesting that he does raise with the turned pair of sevens. I mean, I guess he just kind of trying to figure out where he was. But that's a hand with some showdown value. You could potentially just go into call mode and see how things sort of develop there on the river. But puts in the raise, finds out that his opponent's got something to continue with, and then he can just shut it down with a check back there on the end. So got to set his own price as well, I suppose. You could think of it that way. Caitlin, going to go ahead and step out here for a moment. We'll continue here with just Aaron in the booth. If anybody's got any questions for me, you know, we didn't go into the nuclear physics there too much, and that's going to put some people to sleep. But, oh, let's see. We actually do have some questions in here. We got Moose Duty bringing up TAE with the modern solutions to decades-old math problems by using novel AI systems to facilitate the discovery of new fusion techniques. Wow, that was a very well-crafted question there. You know what? I'm not that familiar with TAE. I know that they exist. I know that they're doing things. I think they're using a field reverse configuration, which is sort of the new hot thing. And there's several private companies trying to make that work. And I'm not familiar enough with the physics to really put in enough of an analysis to say whether or not I think it's going to work or that it's got some really bright, promising future. But some of the world's smartest, brightest people think that there's a chance, so they're able to find some funding and give it a go. I wish them all the best. Dante here going to pick this up with the Kings after he puts in a chunky 3-bet pre-flop. No takers. Going to take it down. I mean, of course, you know, any fusion concept that people are working on, I would like to see succeed. I mean, I think any human being that wants to see us improve and evolve and move forward as a species and do so in harmony with the planet around us would like to see something like fusion be a success. But until then, we've got other options. We've got other things that we can do, and there are other nuclear concepts that are already there that could do good things for us. So I'm always a proponent of nuclear energy, whether it's fusion or fission. And I'd like to see just more of a conversation in the public domain. So Caitlin is back, and she's already laughing and smirking. So.
I was like, I leave for 5 minutes, and you are giving a lecture?
Nope, just geeking out. Just geeking out.
Well, I want you to repeat that to me later because it sounded interesting as heck.
All right, I'd be happy to. As let's see here, Eddie going to raise it up with the queen jack. Out of the small blind, Josh and Tillman going to complete. Looks like they both. No, Josh out of the big blind.
Did he raise?
Tillman had limp.
Did he raise his option, Josh?
No. So Eddie was the raiser. We had a limp from Tillman under the gun.
Okay.
We had a raise from Eddie in the small blind, and Josh completed from the big blind. Definitely a spot where. Just a 3-bet since it was a limp and a raise. So yeah, but yeah, I do think that Josh should have. We're going to go to an 8-high flop here. Tillman with the best of it and a bet of 100. Josh going to call with the 2 overs, backdoor spades. King, not the card that Tillman wanted to see, but isn't too worried about that one on the end. Josh going to check, show the ace high, no good. All right, we're creeping up here on 100 likes. 600 of you fine folks watching. If you haven't already, do us a favor, hit that like button. If you can get us up to 100 likes, I just might crack open this bottle of hand sanitizer. Deep Eddie of vodka.
Please, y'all, I'm thirsty.
Yeah. All right, get us up to 100, and Caitlin is going to have a little bit of this vodka with me, and we're going to continue here on TCH Live Thursday edition. Just about 2 hours and 10 minutes left here in the program, so help us hydrate. Do your part for TCH Live. Roundhouse kick and smash that like button. All right, as we continue, looks like we're getting a $5 blind posted here for Mark. And J-Stack got the 9 to 5 there. If he wants to try to play this one, I do expect he's going to fold this. This would be the prudent thing to do, and he will. And he's got himself a delicious beverage there as well. Oh, we just cruised past the 100 mark, so it's time.
Pour me what?
It is time. All right. Oh, you got yourself a cup already. Very good. Super producer Carolyn, can I interest you in a participatory beverage? Okay.
Did you bring us a mixer, Holmes, or we just?
Oh, this you don't need to mix with this.
Trash animals. What?
Trash animals. Trash.
Where's my juice?
Animals. You can have a hit of the advanced hand sanitizer with
lavender in there? I'll take it if
seven
it's
botanical extracts, or the Members Mark, which has vitamin E and moisturizers. That will flavor right up for you.
All right. Well, to your health.
To your health. Cheers. As we've gone 3 ways to a flop here, we've got Dante flopping top pair, Mark with second pair top kicker, and Eric here, the redheaded stepchild of the 4-high. And let's see here. I guess action is on Mark, trying to decide if he wants to put out a bet here with his second pair. He is going to go for the check. Dante going to check behind. Eric will take off a free turn. That is a 3 of diamonds, giving him 4-high diamond, flush draw, and a pair of 3s. Mark with the nut diamond draw. Just taking a look at the chat here. Looks like we got Big Daddy Mike Youngblood in the chat.
Mikey, hi.
Yeah. Nice to see you in there. Let's see.
Give Dunks a little pats for me, please.
There we go. Mark going to put out a sizable bet here. This is just a slightly over pot size bet of 170. That's going to get Dante to fold top pair. And Eric obviously can't continue. So the worst hand going to win it there. Mark showing that aggression once again. Well, what do you think? Is that?
My throat is on fire. Where is the juice?
Well, yeah. No, I love it, actually. Like, I'm not one who is shy about drinking my booze straight up. So whether it's...
I mean, I drink whiskey straight, clearly, but...
Yeah, but this is pretty good, too. I mean,
this is
channel your inner Russian.
Vodka.
Yeah, channel your inner Russian here. You're, Polish at least.
I'm Irish, you know this.
Oh, this is fantastic for vodka, yeah. Do you want to dip out to the front and grab something out of the fridge?
Yeah.
Yeah, grab a mixer. All right. As Caitlin's going to go get her taste buds sorted out, I'm good, thank you. We'll continue here. Eddie looking down at a pretty nice hand. He's got the ace, queen of hearts. Going to bump it up in the cutoff. Josh with the same hand of the club variety. He's going to 3-bet small to 55. And that's going to get everybody else out of there. Back over to Eddie, who says, yeah, I can play this one out of position. Let's take a flop. Battle of the ace queens. No heart in sight. We got one club, so Josh free rolling right now. The most likely outcome would be a chop. However, Josh is going to bet. And Eddie in a pretty tough spot here. That's a very connected board, but not connected with his hand. So yeah, he's just going to pitch it in. Josh is going to take it down. So that aggression in position, always working out for you. Oh, not just any mixer either. You're going for the Red Bull.
My options were Gatorade, Frappuccino, or Topo Chico, or Red Bull. So I think I made the right choice, no?
I don't know. That's just... Yeah. I probably would have gone
I didn't have access to a bottle opener, or I totally would have Topo Chico'd.
I got a bottle opener, and there's one right on the fridge. It's called a magnet.
Yeah, but that was the reason I gave.
Oh.
So I'm going to need you to
calling you out here on
that.
TCH Live. Mike Youngblood saying, have a great night, y'all. Taking my dog to the dog park in Austin so we can both have some fun. Sounds good, man. Have a good time. We'll see you again soon. Dante here going to bump it up. Ace-9 offsuit under the gun. He continues to find these hands, some of which I think are a little bit loose to be opening, such as this ace-9, but he keeps finding them under the gun. So he ends up getting all of these callers behind and then ends up having to play out of position against multiple opponents. Never fun. But when you flop that, it's okay. You know, why not? Yeah, so quick check from Tillman. Dante continues. Flopped trips. Josh out of the way with his backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw. Mark here with 2 pair backdoor diamonds. This is a spot where he on the button could very likely peel one off, but it doesn't feel good, right? When the guy who's under the gun raised and then just fires off into 3 other players, you're like, I don't know if 4s are good here, right? He's talking a lot. He's probably telling him everything that I just said. Like,
yeah, talk yourself out of it, honey. Talk yourself right on out of that pot.
Mm-hmm. I just took a sip of my water as though it was vodka, so it was a very small sip. But then I found out that doesn't have any flavor whatsoever. That's the one I was looking for. All right, so he is going to put in the call. So he says the price is just too good, even after the whole spiel. And 9's full for Dante. Dante going to check and be like, oh, please, sweet baby Jesus,
there are
have
enough
some
boats
clubs.
for everybody. You get a boat, and you get a boat.
Well, Mark doesn't have a boat, but he's going to pretend that he has something, and he's going to bet maybe 100 or 125. This is a good adjustment from Dante. 135, recognizing the willingness for Mark to continue betting or to try to take over the betting lead. He's done it multiple times throughout the night, and this is a perfect spot. Dante now, though, likely going to just, oh no, he is going to put in the raise now, which isn't terrible, right? It's like, if my opponent has a flush,
I feel like any player worth their salts knows to fold to a turn bet. Like, the percentage of when they are bluffing the turn is just so small.
Yeah, the turn check raise, yeah. Although it was, you know, also maybe challenging to get paid on the river. It's a lot of times going to go check, but I do think, as you say, you really, you know.
It's strong.
Yeah, it's really strong.
It's
really also strong when you try to do it on the river, but you've at least maybe gotten your opponent to put one more bet in there. Whereas now, of course, Mark is just headed for the hills, but he's gonna think it through.
Ring dead, Mark.
Let's see here. We've got some poker chat here going on. Somebody says, I saw someone fold king pre-flop and be right. In fact, that happened just the other day. So, yeah, so Mark's still in the tank here trying to figure out, like, Just how often am I bad? Probably all the time. Okay, I'm going to fold.
Are you a patient player? Will you let your opponent take all the time you need, or are you going to call? I mean, tournament is different. I'm talking cash game right now, in terms of applying time to your opponent.
So I've definitely called clock on an opponent before, but most of the time I call clock when I'm not involved in the hand, and it just starts to get ridiculous. No. Because when I'm in the hand, typically I'm the one who's put out the large bet, and someone is trying to figure out if they're going to call me, and I don't want to give off.
Calling clock is information that you're giving your opponent.
Yeah, the way that my voice sounds, the way that I indicate it, whatever, could give away something about the strength of my hand or the lack thereof. So usually I will sit there and wait until someone else at the table calls clock if it starts to get outrageous. But I've definitely called clock as just a spectator before, because we've had, on occasion, players that like to really take their time, and sometimes, especially when they get put in a really tough spot, that will sit there and literally 5 minutes will go by and nothing has happened. And it's like,
honey, we're paying an hourly rate to be here.
Exactly. So no, I'm not shy about calling the clock, but of course, I'm not doing it just like.
If I were in a raked game in Vegas, I don't see a position where I would feel the need to call clock on someone unless it was just like obscene.
I mean, I just think
I get more mad when people don't call when they should and think about it too hard. Like the other day, was playing with a player who tanked over a king high flush. And I'm like, girl, what are you doing?
Yeah. I mean, it all depends on the strength and experience of the players. But the main thing for me is whether it's you reach a point at which the person thinking has just, created an air of uncomfortability for everyone else, because it's like, dude, this person's just still sitting here thinking. Yeah. And once you reach that point, whether it's a relatively reasonable amount of time or
not good with the flush.
This is right, but Mark is gonna get. Wait, Mark got called and is good. He thought that he lost. He thought that he lost.
Yeah. They're having a good old laugh on that one.
Oh, wow. I think everybody thought that he lost when J-Stack snapped him off. But
take it down, Mark. Take it down with your tree.
Yeah, that's the old value bluff right there, getting through. In any case, just to finish that thought, I think that once you reach that point where it's like people are starting to look around and roll their eyes a little bit, it's like somebody needs to call the clock. And we need to move on past this point. Now, the larger the pot size, I think the longer the amount of time goes before people get there, because they're like, this is exciting and this is crazy. And of course, this person needs to think it through. But anyways, that time always comes. And when it does.
What about y'all, chat pros? You call clock? You want to hurry some buddies along? I was about to curse there, and then I went with buddies.
Buddies?
Your little buddies, your table friends.
Yeah, so let's see here. Some people saying that they would never call clock.
Never.
Extreme Skins 04 saying, I wouldn't call clock on someone unless it was absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, I mean, some people are a little bit more lenient than even I am, I think. Like by the time it's gotten to ridiculous, then like someone hasn't done their job and called the clock.
Right,
and so I'm usually that person who's like, we just don't get it there. But yes, right you are. We've got a 3-bet after an open and a call. And now we've got a call.
Mark was 7-6 off, deciding to dance.
Yeah, he's won a few pots and he's feeling frisky, so.
You ride that mojo wave, honey. Momentum. It is a sport.
Tillman going to get out of the way, though, so we're going to go 3 ways to this flop.
Yeah, now he folds Jack 7, Aaron.
Oh, my God. That's unbelievable.
What?
I thought that's what you were talking about.
Oh, no, I was talking about the hand I played with him that he beat me
with
Jack 7.
That's right. Oh, yeah.
He folds it this
That's
time.
his hand.
You
Tillman,
knew you
that's
were
your
getting
hand.
there, Tilly. What's you
bro.
folding Jack 7 for? And it was suited. Wasn't he suited?
It was clubs,
yeah.
And he was closing the action and getting a pretty decent price because it was 115 three ways in front of him.
I'm insulted personally, Tillman, if you're watching this back.
Well, maybe this is just like the universe giving a little bit of Caitlin judgment or something, because he didn't call, and this time, he probably would have.
And I mean, I'm trying to remember what the pre-flop bet.
Oh my God, he fills up on the turn had he been in there. Mark here now with the best of it.
Take that, Tilly. That one's for your homegirl, Caitlin.
Oh, bro, that's just
Show you to
nasty.
call me with Jack 7.
Oh my gosh. All right, so now Mark, with just the pair of 7s to go with the jacks, is going to win that. He's going to show it. I'm sure Tillman is mumbling and grumbling about something about how he had the jack 7. And Mark saying, thank you for folding.
My 7-6 off that I got ambitious with has come to town.
It has indeed, yeah. So some aggressive plays here on TCH Live
I love
Thursday
it.
edition. Oh, let's see. Here's the, oh no, that's our showdown. Will the knit at 0.
No, a big goose egg for Willie. Willie, I'm rooting for you so hard. There better be cowboys under there, under that little chip protector.
He's ready, man. He's got the $10 straddle out there.
Yes, King.
He's ready.
Straddle on every time. I'm a big straddler. I was asking you if you straddled earlier because it's rare that I'm at a table lineup where I don't think it's advantageous.
Indeed. Fernando Ortiz with a hot take. He says, a guy takes 10 seconds for a snap fold pre-flop. And he's wearing sunglasses, a hat, and his chair has a douchebag pro backpack. I'll call the clock as soon as he gets his cards.
Yes, King. Drag him.
Yeah, dude. All right. I mean, I appreciate that. Let's see here.
Is that your douchebag backpack that I see?
Douchebag pro backpack, thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Douchebag
so
pro.
sorry.
Yeah. You can hyphenate or not. Doesn't really matter, but it's douchebag pro.
What is it on your birth certificate?
Yeah, there you go. Douchebag pro the 4th.
I laughed into my cup.
Good. I'm glad that wasn't onto my knee. Okay, so let's see here. Mark raising it up with the 3s. J-Stack in there with the jack 8 offsuit. Dante flopping top pair with the king, queen of hearts.
Dante says, it's my turn for the run good.
Moose Duty says, jack 7 of spades is my favorite hand, lol. All right, well.
Moose Duty, you stay the hell away from me at the table with that nonsense.
Yeah, apparently that's a good one against Caitlin here. Dante going to pick up the pot with the king, queen, and a little bit of aggression. As we continue here on Thursday night, TCH Live. Almost 600 of you fine folks watching the program. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Glad to have you here.
Have you smashed the light bucket yet?
The bucking?
Well,
Have you
100 of
smashed
them
the
did,
bucking?
which is why I'm slurring my words.
Already, yeah. No,
I know.
all right. You got. Wait, did you already clean that out?
Yeah,
You
I
did.
did.
Do you need some more? Well,
I told you I was thirsty.
yeah, indeed. All right. Caitlin is sucking it down here tonight. So let's see. We've got ATX Poker saying, Aaron, what do you think of slow rolling? Well, I think I've had enough of a rant about that on our previous program. Excuse me. I think the players that do it intentionally are oftentimes pretty scummy, and it's generally frowned upon. I do think that a lot of the time that people think that they're being slow rolled, they're not actually, and their opponent is just relatively inexperienced or has trouble seeing or something, and they're just trying to figure out what else going on. Pardon me. There's also...
I mean, honestly, I'm a fan of edge. I'm a fan of advantage. There's certain things that are going to be scummy, but, you know, we all got to find our angles. We all got to find what is our role at the table. And I am never... I'll tell you one thing that bothers me, is if you change games and pocket your profit. That bothers me.
Okay. But it sounded like you were about to go down a road that said something along the lines of, like, slow rolling isn't that big of a deal or something.
I don't know if I want to take that stance, but I'm just saying I'm a fan of edge, and I'm not, like,
Do you think a
everybody
slow
has
roll
their
could
game.
give you an edge, though? I mean, just, like, piss
I
off
mean, in
your
the
opponent?
session, in the macro, if you're looking at the session on the macro and you're thinking, what is my dynamic with this player?
Okay.
Like, yeah. I mean, I'm not beneath manipulating or using different types of social or psychological edges, so
Okay,
I have to be careful about the line I toe of taking stances, you know?
Okay, okay. Yeah, so similar to maybe speech play, something like that, getting under someone's skin in the long run. As William the Knit here has really just had things go very poorly.
I love you, Willie. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, J-Stack just always going to win. He had the better pair.
That's my
William had a
birthday
flush
hand.
draw that was no good.
5-10 is my birthday hand, and I used to play it when I was more inexperienced and,
Okay.
a losing player. I don't play it anymore, but whenever I see 5-10, I get like a Pavlovian response.
Oh, yeah, which is like, yay, and then you're like,
and
no,
then I'm like,
bad.
no, honey.
Bad, Caitlin. Fold.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, very good. So I'm glad to see that you're moving along there. As we've got some people saying Douchebag Pro is their new username, and you need the hyphen. Okay. Well, you know what? Fantastic stuff happening here on TCH Live. We're going to create just a whole new world of like slogans and poker, like, I don't know, stuff.
Vernacular.
Vernacular. Let's see.
Share with the friends.
Oh, man. I mean, it's just like, who comes up with this stuff? Aaron, what do you think of nasally dragging out / whining at the end of a sentence, as in the cross between a 2020 COVID Karen and a 1990s Valley girl?
I don't know.
I mean, that's just a
what
thing.
are you referring now? Are you talking about me?
All right, that was great. Let's come back to that, because Anderson has flopped a flush. Eric 1K has a flush draw of his own. Tillman with the nut flush draw. Josh and Angry Scott here with a whole lot of nothing. So Anderson with
that
the
jack's too
good.
strong. He'll never win.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. So wait, Eric here going to bet. He's going to lead out for 25. Anderson going to pump it up. Tillman going to make the call. And that is going to get the 10 high flush draw fold out. We're going to a turn. It's 4 diamonds.
All right, now Anderson's open-ended. But ain't no good, because he already has the flush, obviously.
This is the top tier of analysis coming at you from Kayla Komeski.
You, I just had a shot. I'm trying.
He's gone from a flush draw or a flush to an open-ender. No, it's just too much fun. It's too much fun here with Caitlin Komeski here in the booth with me tonight. Anderson going to fire at a big old chunky pot-sized bet of 230, and Tillman says, I ain't going anywhere. I need to see this river stack-to-pot ratio be damned.
He made it straight.
He got it straight. Oh, fantastic stuff. Anderson now with a straight and a hammerlock on the hand. Tillman also with a straight that is no good, but Tillman is actually going to bet, going to value own himself here for whatever reason, thinking that hand was good. Wait, did Anderson just call? Anderson just called.
His straight is higher. Suck it, Tillman.
I guess he thought that he couldn't get value from any hand that he was beating. So he's just going to call, not get paid off on the rest of his chips, even though he probably would have, because what is Tillman going to like fold to $100? But anyways, Anderson going to drag that really nice pot there with the queen high flush. Rockstar Implementation says, love the expert analysis coming from this gal.
I'm sorry, chat pros. Forgive me.
And Jihad 2828 saying, Caitlin, is that your real voice, or has your stand-up persona seeped into real life?
Oh, honey, it's all me.
It is all real.
I'm born in Texas, though, so when I'm acting super Southern, you know I want something from you.
Okay, all right.
There's free information for you, friends.
Yeah, that's a live tell right there. Tillman with the Choctaw nuts. He's not interested. Eric 1K, he's going to let go of the Jack-9 offsuit there. Holds around to William on the button, and he's going to limp. This should be a raise most of the time, but he's just going to opt to limp. Angry Scott says, well, if you're not going to raise, I will. 7-5 of diamonds out of the small blind. Josh coming along as well as William, so we have a battle of the middling bottom raggy cards. Yeah, these are just bottom, not middling. Ace 10-10, wow, just the flop that everyone was looking for.
Yep.
And Angry Scott, though, without or with the pre-flop aggression, though, he's not going to continue. That says to Josh, clearly this is
Josh
the time.
is like, I still got some ground to make up. I'm betting it.
I have 7-4 of hearts on an Ace 10-10 black, all black flop. Time to bet
Well, we know
85.
Willie's folding. God bless you, Willie, with your flush draw.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, this is just a little bit painful to watch. But, indeed, Josh is just going to pick it up without any resistance. 7-4, baby. Let's go. If you would like to play 7-4, come on down. Get yourself some TCH live action. Hop on in. All of our cash games running throughout the week. And you could get yourself in on this fine program as well.
100% of the players that have raised with 7-4 suited tonight have won the hand.
That is a brilliant statistic right there, and it just goes to show you what blind aggression can do for you here. But yeah, we've got a lot of fun things happening here at TCH North Austin. Come on down.
Did J-Stack win it? How did J-Stack get down to 4.5? What was the big hand? Was it when I went to the bathroom? I don't remember this.
So, I mean, he folded the Jack Deuce hand, but he'd already put in a decent chunk of change before.
Oh, that's right, he did. And then he paid off Mark, was it?
Yeah, he just paid off Mark there on the end with the 3 high flush, and then there have just been a couple of spots where he's lost a few hundred here and there. But yeah, I just wanted to say we've got our quads jackpot here at TCH North Austin. Come on in on Tuesdays, play for quad deuces.
Does it have to be deuces, or if you get any quads, does it hit?
No, it's got to be deuces.
It's got to be deuces, all right.
And 3s on Wednesdays. Yep. And it just got hit yesterday, actually, or the day before, whatever Wednesday was. Just got hit. That was yesterday.
Do you remember who won?
I can do days. I don't know who it was exactly, as Anderson here is going to pick this one up with a pair of 7s. But no, someone hit it for $2,800. So it did reset to $400, and it would be $400
going cash
on
on
Tuesday.
us. He decided to get a little comfy in his hoodie, putting the suit jacket away. That is a beautiful suit jacket, though, I must say.
It is, but you know what? I think that J-Stack was looking a little too fly in his hoodie over there, and Anderson said, "You know what? I gotta bust this thing out myself."
You're looking pretty fly in yours as well.
I know, but now I feel like I have to take it off. The air was blowing on me earlier, and I was cold.
A little toasty.
Yeah, so might be time to remove the garments here.
Time for another bomber.
Indeed.
Is it going to be 4-card again?
That's the way we roll here at TCH a lot of the time. So yeah, oftentimes we'll
Godspeed, y'all. May the odds ever be in your favor.
Oftentimes we'll do a dealer's choice. So we'll see usually a mix of Hold'em, PLO, and I've been trying to put in, and a few other players have been helping me, go with the crazy pineapple bomb pots. So
yeah, we played a few of those last week when I was playing with you.
Yeah.
For those of you who aren't familiar with pineapple, in pineapple you're dealt 3 whole cards. There's a round of pre-flop betting, and then after the flop bet, you will discard 1 card. That's crazy pineapple? Okay, so super producer Carolyn is letting me know that in regular pineapple, you discard before the flop. It is crazy pineapple that you discard after the flop. But super fun variation on the game. I always have a good time playing that.
Yeah, and when you do a bomb pot, I think the crazy version is really, I mean, because all of the other bomb pots, you see a flop before anyone does any betting. And so I just think it makes the most sense to do it consistently in that department. So it's really just sort of an amped up version of Texas Hold'em bomb pots. So let's see here. We've got William the Knit here with a couple of jiggities. Let's see if he can find one on the flop, and he can't. Let's see. Who else here? Tillman's got a gutter. J-Stack a pair of 10s.
Anderson open-ended.
And a pair of 4s. Checked through, and now that straight comes in for Anderson. Yeah, so he's looking pretty good, unless Dante or Angry Scott have ace-jack sort of hidden in there, which would be pretty tough to do considering how many of the jacks are accounted for. Anderson is going to go ahead and lead out for 60 here with his second nut straight.
Get your value.
William not going anywhere yet with the open-ender, so he's looking to find a 9 or an ace to complete his Broadway. But drawn pretty slim. Angry Scott over there. Still don't know what he has, but it's good enough to come along to a river if he can get there. Tillman's out of the way. J-Stack.
He might have the better hearts.
Indeed, as Dante there looking down at the 5 high heart draw, as well as an open-ender of his own. So there's that last remaining jack. Nobody with Broadway made, so Anderson has the best hand. Yeah, Angry Scott, very likely with all of the jacks being accounted for, that he does have the heart draw. Or a set.
Willie's not going to get there, but the flush does.
Yeah, so without knowing what Angry Scott has, whether it's a set or a flush, Not quite sure
I'd be
what he's
surprised
got.
to learn there aren't hearts under there.
Well, so he checked.
Oh, no.
He
Beautiful.
checked back, so he's
Oh,
going to
no,
angrily
nice.
muck his cards. And the Jack-9 is going to take it down after a very scary card there on the end for the turn straight of Anderson. But he's going to pick it up.
Have fun stacking them, Anderson.
All right, just getting a look back at the chat here. Ethan saying, a stand-up comedian who plays poker, what a gal.
Aww.
What a gal indeed. Let's see. Yeah. If you have any questions for Caitlin or myself, go ahead and toss those in the chat. If you are watching
I'm
this
gonna teach
program
you
in the
about-
archives, go ahead and leave us a comment down below.
I'm going to teach you about social media now that you're an Instagram king. You can do an AMA or an Ask Me Anything. That's what we're doing right now with our viewers. AMA, y'all. AMA.
Hey, well, you know, they can ask anything, but they may not get the answers
No,
they
there
are
will be
looking
some discretion.
for. In
Some rare discretion.
Indeed, rare discretion here on TCH Live Thursday edition. William the Net folding Jack 7 of diamonds. Doesn't have the Tillman run good, you know, with the Jack 7 suited.
Don't torture me.
Looks like we got a $33 straddle, perhaps. Or no, I guess it was 35 and it was just 33 to call out a small blind. Okay, so we're going to go heads up to a flop here. J-Stack with the King 10.
That's pretty.
Yeah, only the finest dealers here. We got John behind the box at the moment.
Yeah.
One of the best to
Yeah,
sling
John's a
the
buddy of
cards.
mine. He does a good job.
J-Stack here turning top pair. Going to bet and take it.
I have to say, the level of talent with the TCH dealers is
It's
really up
unmatched.
there.
It is
It really
unmatched here in the Austin area. If you are looking for the highest quality staff and management and dealers, look no further than TCH North Austin. Hands down the best establishment in town. And just great games running all the time, too. Great tournaments
And
as
honestly, if I can pay TCH a compliment, I think that they have the best safety protocols in terms of the times we're living in. They're really good about sanitizing the seats and the chips, and they don't let the players eat at the table, which is not a gesture that every club is making. So I definitely think you can feel safe coming in to play poker at TCH. They take real good care and follow those CDC guidelines.
Absolutely, that is correct. Here, Eric, going to go ahead and raise this up to $55. I see a couple of chat questions coming in. We'll get back to that here in a moment, but let's see here. Josh going to put in the smooth call on the button. Ace-9 offsuit. J-Stack now out of the straddle. He's got all of his white chips out there. He said, I don't know what these white chips are doing in my stack. Let's go ahead and bet them.
Whenever anybody bets with their white chips, though, you know they're just like donating and they have no business in the pot and they have no like investment in the pot, even psychologically. Because why did you just put 15 whites in there, hun?
Yeah,
I don't
they're
think
like,
you
I'm
want
looking,
them back.
I'm looking to get rid of these.
Yeah.
Got
No,
7
I
deuce.
think that's one of like the biggest live tells that I see people doing mindlessly. I'm like, what are you doing?
Just the tip here with Caitlin Komeski. Once again, letting you know some live poker tips. Oh, let's see here. So Eric is going to go ahead and turn open-ended, and he still has the best hand, actually, with the pair of fours, which is effectively fourth pair. Fourth pair fours. J-Stack with bottom pair, and even worse fourth pair. We got a bet of 105. That's like the weirdest value bluff bet I've ever seen. So he's just going to go ahead and see if he can get someone to fold something like a 5, I guess. But did we actually get a caller?
We did.
Josh called with the gutter ball and the 2 overs.
Didn't get there. He may think ace high is good on this board, though.
No, he's betting. He's definitely turning his hand into a bluff. Yeah, so because then Eric checks to him and he puts out 175. That's never for value.
Yeah, for sure.
So he's trying to punch his opponent off of like a 5 or a 3.
Based on Eric's history tonight, I think we're going to see a fold here.
Eric has shown some snugness, but I also think that this is a spot where he's got to ask himself, like, what on earth does my opponent have, right? Like, the way that the action has gone down, check on the flop. Does he ever check an 8 on the flop? I don't know. That doesn't seem logical.
Oh, no, he going to prove me wrong. He going to call. He got them cut out.
I'd like to
Having
see the
trouble
call.
putting him. Oh, of course, but I don't. I don't know if he's going to find it. Ah! I love being right.
Oh man, I just got the Caitlin's right slap to the arm. That's how things work
I
here
hope
in the
it
booth.
bruises.
Yeah. Okay, let's see here. So we're gonna go back through and we're gonna check this out because I know somebody had a question here. Ba, ba, ba. Where did I see it?
Okay. Willie, you were at 3% pre-flop raise, hunty.
Wait, 3%?
3% pre-flop raise.
Okay, I guess, but his VPIP is still going to be a little bit higher, but not probably very much. How much? 20%.
20%?
Will's played a few hands in the future. We're hearing that his VPIP is going
Willie.
up, so we're going to see Will play. That's exciting times. Okay, so ATX Poker saying, Caitlin, what are your favorite mixed games?
Deuce to 7. Single draw is a game that I play almost every week with my Sunday friends.
That's a good one. I love that
I
game.
just fucking love it. I think it's really straightforward. It's easy if you have good instincts for poker. It's not like you're going to have to sit down and study charts to be competitive in that game, which is another aspect I like about it.
Okay, so J-Stack is literally playing 4 deuce offsuit, and he flopped a boat. This is Bermuda Triangle stuff, man. I can't even believe this.
Oh my God! Watch the wheel get
No,
there, and
Mark,
he gets paid. Oh
Mark just turned a straight.
Okay, so he's got, and then what? I bet anything 5 on the river, and then these poor buddies donating their final 2 stacks.
Mark is now thinking about how much
Yeah.
money he can extract from his opponents.
0. The answer is 0, Mark. Oh.
Yeah,
you
every
hate to
player
see
drawing
it.
dead here. So J-Stack just going to call. This is sort of funky, out of position. Going to be tough to get paid later, but he is going to just see.
I like that he flatted there, though.
Well.
Or has he yet?
No, he did.
Oh,
he
no,
put
he
in. He
did?
put in the
Okay.
flat call. So now he's going to check raise
We'll see what kind of
on
value
the
he can get
river
on this
here.
river. Oof. I think he about to get a chunky stack.
Yeah, so I think this is going to work out for J-Stack no matter what, but I do think that
Yeah,
putting in the
raise to
raise on the turn would have been the move that I would have chosen. But let's see here. Mark is going to call. He's going to pretty much snap that off, and J-Stack is going to show him, yeah, I flopped it.
You think
with
he has a
4
better
deuce.
chance getting paid off if he bets the turn?
No, getting paid more.
Oh, okay.
Right, because, yes, he got the check raise into 800, but let's say that he puts in the check raise to 500 or 450 on the turn, then leads for 8 on the end. That's an extra 450 that he would have picked up. But at the end of the day, you never know how your player's going to respond and what their hand is. So maybe you do need to let your opponent continue bluffing with a hand such as 2 clubs or something, right? So, no, the way that J-Stack played it is perfectly fine, but I do think that this is the interesting aspect of poker, is to go through and try to analyze how you could maximize, right? Because that's the difference between a player who just sort of like scoots along and makes a little bit here and there and wins their good hands and whatever, and then a player who really maximizes value in all of the best spots. So anyways, that's just a hot take right there. Let's see, we got another question here. Aaron, when are you going to get back on the table next? That's a good question. So now that I'm taking on the Thursday stream, it's going to be tough for me to get in there, but on occasion, perhaps I could convince Mikey to come in, take over for me, and I can hop in the mix. Something like that would be fun.
Oh my gosh,
so.
drop me a line. I'll be there.
All right. Stephen Fraser wants to know your last name.
Komeskey, C-O-M-E-S-K-E-Y.
There you go.
It's Irish.
And, yeah, so another big pot there for our man J-Stack. Man, he can do no wrong.
I don't know how you can go through these streams without using the bathroom.
Well.
I'm very impressed.
Yeah,
Don't you dare leave me alone. No, I'm just kidding.
And Caitlin will now
It
be
is
in the
not
booth
an
by
option.
herself for the next 20 minutes as I go and get some fresh air, use the
Me
restroom,
and the
and
chat pros will take it. You're fine. You're fine.
do some jumping jacks. If you would like to get in the mix here on TCH Live, either on Monday for our 5-5 uncapped game or for the 2-5 1K max buy-in plus match the stack, from there on out, you can do so by getting an email into tchlivelist@texascardhouse.com.
20 is available, William. 20 is available.
Text us at 512-939-5364. Get your name in the mix. Caitlin's getting a little rowdy over here. Gonna have to pour her another one here in a minute, just see how crazy we can get things. But let's see here, Josh with the Queen 8 of Spades, opting for a min click up to 20 bucks.
I play cash with a player regularly who will ask people to straddle, and I'd say like at least 80% of the time he'll induce people to straddle just by asking or telling them to.
Interesting.
I've started experimenting it with myself in terms of inducing straddles.
Okay. Is it like a
You'd
really
be surprised how often.
Is it like a really polite question of
It's
like,
just
would you
how I did
please
it to
do
William. You go like 20 is available.
Oh, okay.
It's just a little invitation.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's see here. We got some pretty raggy cards and a pair of 4s in here. Nobody connecting with this flop in any meaningful way. Tillman actually legitimately has the best hand with those pair of 4s.
Good old pair of 4s.
J-Stack, though, with bottom pair backdoor flush draw, is going to bet 75 bucks. And who can actually continue here, which is nobody. So I expect this to fold all the way through. And that's what happens. So J-Stack going to pick it up here with the pair of 3s. All right. Caitlin taking another step out the door. So we'll continue here on Thursday. TCH Live. Let's see here. So we've got 550 of you fine people watching, 132 likes. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for hitting that button. Always appreciate it. Here's William Lottie. He's got a puckle of 3s. That's what we call a pair of 3s around these parts. Puckle. Once again, words are hard. William is going to try to make this pot his. He has raised it to 30. Okay, action tracker all caught up. One of his 3's gone already. 8-3 hitting the muck. We got Josh over here with the ace-jack offsuit, putting in the smooth call for 30 bucks. J-Stack, 6-5 of diamonds. He's going to call. Now over to Dante on the button with ace-10 offsuit. Just going to elect to call. This is definitely a spot where he could squeeze, but he's not going to. So that's going to bring Eric in out of the small blind and Anderson completing from the big blind. We're about to go 6 ways to a flop here. And William is just thinking to himself, please, sweet baby Jesus, put a 3 out there for me one time. We know there's 1 left in the deck, but it's not there on that flop. It is 3 spades. Anderson there with the king of spades. Dante with the ace of spades. William just with the little baby 3. Whole lot of checking going on. Over to Dante here. Even Dante with the nut spade just checks. That's a spot where I'd really like to see a half pot size bet, see if he can thin the field a little bit, maybe get a couple of people to commit some extra chips that he could take from them on later streets, but instead checks all the way through. Now we've got a bet of 20 from J-Stack with a gutter ball. Call from Dante, call from Anderson. Josh even in there says, why not? Queen of spades here on the end. Dante going to pick up the nutter butters. Anderson with second nut flush. So we've got ourselves a bet of 100 and a quick call from Anderson. Is going to show him, yeah, I guess it's just the setup. I got the king of spades, ace of spades is good. Slings it into the muck, and Dante going to pick up a nice little pot right there. Yeah, so poor Will finally found a hand he could open with, and a whole lot of nothing working out for him.
We're still rooting for you, Willie.
All right, as we continue here on TCH Live Thursday edition, Will there looking a little dejected. He's hoping to get something going, but yeah, his stack has dwindled. He's got about 300 now. Has opted not to add on. Sitting in the big blind. Let's see here. Angry Scott letting it go. Eddie doing the same. Josh following suit. Mark now with ace 10. Gonna put in a raise, early middle position. J-Stack says, I have 2 cards, and I play poker with them. And it is a queen and a 10, so actually a little bit more reasonable than some of his perhaps more questionable holdings.
It looks like Angry Scott has also changed out his mask. Doing a scary skeleton, maybe trying to get some intimidation in there.
Oh, yes. Oh, the Jack-7 flop again. Nobody repping the Jack-7 this time, though. Anderson with the pair of threes, under pair to the board.
Dealer's trolling me.
Which is the best hand, and he's going to go ahead and bet at this, which is sort of like it's got to be a bluff, even though it is the best hand. J-Stack here with a backdoor and an over, not interested. So he's going to get out of the way, and Anderson will pick that up, betting the best hand with the threes. Do you ever turn bottom pair into a bluff?
I turn everything. I can turn, you know.
I turn top set into a bluff,
I
mother.
sure can. No. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, it's going to be dependent on position and opponent. But yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
It's good that you can actually think of like opportunities or places where you've done it, because I don't know, that's one of those interesting places inside of GTO analysis that I find very challenging to like sort of cross over the line of like, I have like weak showdown value to like, no, you have a bluffing hand, you know? And yeah, just an interesting space.
I definitely call with bottom pair a lot. If I have a read on my opponent, for sure.
Yeah. It's not like you always have to be turning it into a bluff.
Yeah.
But ooh, William the Net here gonna rip it in.
Yes, Willie.
And he got called by J-Stack, so we're gonna actually flip some coins. Oh no, that's
No,
that's a pair. Yeah.
Yep,
Oh,
there
just
we
a
go.
flush too.
Yes.
He makes a really good hand.
Yay!
Yay for Will the Knit. Doubling up there, $300 out of J-Stack's profits going over to our man Will.
J-Stack dipping a little bit again, but we have faith.
Here's a hot take. Where did it go? Straddling is by far the worst bet / play in any casino or poker room. It gets raised 90% of the time. Nick from Yuma saying that straddling is by far the worst play in the poker room.
Oh, if you're sitting down with pros or other aggro players, no, that's maybe not the best play. I can see where he's coming from, but I think in most of the cash games in Austin, that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, definitely going back to our earlier conversation, like I will mix in the straddle if I think there's just, or have learned that there are a lot of limp callers, right? I mean, if they're just going to put a bunch of money in there, why not increase the big blind cost? So, yeah, no, interesting. But I do think that a lot of people can kind of think of the straddle as like, why would you voluntarily put in another blind? And that seems like a poor play. And that's not wrong. Like from a strategic standpoint, that's not wrong from like a GTO type perspective. But when it comes to playing exploitatively, you're not thinking of it that way. So let's see here. We've got Mark opening to 80 with the 10, 9 of hearts, and Williams like, hey, I win all ins when I do it. So I'm going to try it again. Rips it in for 600 even now.
I wouldn't mind a call with 10-9 for what is that? What is Mark's stack right now?
I'm pretty sure I would mind it. I mean,
I don't know.
Wait, did he?
He did.
He did. He called it, huh? That Will the Knit rips it in and wins. That's what happens. Yeah.
Well,
you know?
he doesn't have many outs left for the second board, though.
Well, but he doesn't need it. Well, okay.
Oh, never
All
mind.
the jacks are still alive. Spade? Ace.
Yep.
Why not?
Way to go, Willie.
Will is a machine when it comes to these all-ins. He just wins them left and right. So good
I
on
tell
him.
you, no, I don't like a call for an all-in with 10-9, but were he in a straddled position or the big blind, I'd like to see a raise with it.
Wait, sorry. Say that again?
Okay, so maybe calling with 10-9 suited, the all-in for 600.
Uh-huh.
I'll concede. Maybe not the best play. But if I have like a suited 10-9 and it gets called around to me to the big blind, I'm going to raise with that hand.
Oh, yeah. No, it plays reasonably well as a squeezing hand. Probably on the bottom end of what I would consider a good squeezing hand, but definitely playable if you get called. And Yeah, no, I agree with you. But yeah, when you call $520 pre-flop from one of the tightest players at the table, going all in, you think 10 high should
situationally
probably
for
hit the
sure,
monk.
yeah.
And I'm sure Mark will agree after the results of that hand.
Yes.
Tillman here, I think this is the first time
This
we've
is the
seen
first
aces.
time we've seen aces, for
Yeah.
sure. That wasn't in a PLO bomb.
Indeed, yeah, and that certainly doesn't count. We did have kings a couple of times, but yeah, Tillman with
We had some ladies,
with
some
a pair of
hooks.
ones. Dante here with the suited 5-4 going to come along. Eric is going to 3-bet now with the 6-4 of clubs. I do like that he is putting in this aggression, but Tillman snapped out this raise so quickly and to such a large amount. My goodness, Tillman, who's going to play with you, buddy? Even kings are going to look at that with a squint in their eye and say, wait, what?
Okay,
This
who
is
still has cards? Dante and Eric. Well, Eric, there's no way in fucking hell Eric's calling. I mean,
Neither
regardless of what he
of
had.
these players are coming along.
No, of course.
Either you could put kings in either of these players' hands, and they are going to stare at that back raise, the limp back raise,
I mean,
to
I
that
guess
amount.
it was, he definitely was trying to. How much was in the pot already? Yeah,
He
we
made
know,
142
we know,
bucks.
We know, honey.
Yeah. Yeah, Tillman, I mean, so the limp back raise is fine. You can do it sometimes, especially with aces, you know? Why not? There's a good chance to build the pot. But when you go that big, you pick up you don't see a flop. And if that's your goal is to win with aces pre-flop, then you're missing out on a ton of value. Anyways, just the tip here with AA Ron. We'll just keep that bit going. I like
tip?
that. Yeah, just the tip. So we kind of had that come up on the last stream where it was like I was kind of talking about like a spot where I thought, hey, you know, if you run into this is kind of how you should do it. So I was like, you know what? It'd be fun if I just created my own little segment called Just the Tip with AA Ron. And I'm trying to keep it alive. So hopefully you all enjoy it. If you do, hit that like button, hit subscribe, and you'll get Just the Tip with me every Thursday. Yeah, J-Stack on 5K. So he's come down a little bit off of his peak, but still sitting pretty, considering he bought in for 1,000. So that man is looking at a pretty healthy ROI.
Profit City.
Profit City
Population.
indeed. Oh, man, must be nice. Feels good. On occasion, I've run pretty good and had a decent stack. But I got to say, when he was up over 5,000 in 50 minutes, that is a mark I have never met.
Certainly not at these stakes.
Indeed. As we've got a lot of folding with the $25 straddle out there. And yeah, we'll just sort of accumulate all of these
I'm so happy
folds.
that Will doubled up twice and he's smiling again. He's having a good time.
Yeah.
I think he's ready to enter a few more pots. And
He
maybe
might be.
Will the Net will need a new nickname.
Yeah, well, good for him, you know. I mean, I would say that his hand selections for the hands that he did get involved with were obviously solidly in the nitty range, but perfectly acceptable, and he got full value. Mark gonna be the pre-flop. No. Yeah, he must have just probably called out of the small blind, but he is going to be putting out a bet here. Tillman 2 overs, backdoor straight. Nope, not good enough. J-Stack says the same. Mark going to pick it up. 00 Secret Agent saying turn closed captioning on, please. I don't know if that's a thing that I have control over, if it is a thing that we do or don't do, or I just don't know, but hopefully you can turn closed captioning on for yourself.
Yeah,
if not,
YouTube,
then I
that
don't
usually
know
is
what to do.
available in a lot of YouTube videos, is you can just turn on predictive closed captioning. I don't know if it's
Yeah.
available on our stream, but
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure. But let's
don't
see
worry,
here.
we'll mail you a hard copy of the transcripts, my friends.
There you go. There you go.
Put it in your scrapbook.
All right, ATX Poker saying, Aaron, we are going to make a Just the Tip with Dr. Aaron Ostrich shirt. Perfect. I like that. That is what I'm looking forward to. Our buddy John Shack always putting together the finest apparel designs as we continue here on TCH.
What would my t-shirt
Live.
say, Aaron?
Your t-shirt?
Yeah, what would my t-shirt say?
I'm Keiko for Cocoa Puffs. I don't know. I don't know. Well, that's your Scrabble handle, Keiko, right? So I was going with it.
Keiko is my nickname from forever, but Truly only my childhood friends still call me that. But you're welcome to as well, as are you, chat pros. Be an old friend with me.
All right. So we are 7-handed here. This is effectively a bomb pot. And I can't even read these. We got Angry Scott here with a pair of 6s is the best hand. But he's folded, and so now the best hand is J-Stack with a pair of 4s, and he's folded. No, he was the one who bet. So he wins. Okay. All right. We've gotten there. We figured it out, people. J-Stack wins. That's just the narrative of the evening. All right. I'm finally getting down to the bottom of my little beverage. Man, you crushed that thing, though.
Yeah.
I think if we
don't tell
get
the chat pros what a lush I am. They don't need to know.
No, nobody heard that. All right. Moose Duty saying, Aaron, tell Caitlin to gird her loins. I was trying to mix those words together. Yeah, you gotta watch out.
Gird your loins.
Gird them and gird them well. Mitch Heck says, does Keiko know a good deli?
A deli in Austin? You can just come over to my house. I'll make you a sandwich. I don't really go to delis in Austin. I feel like there's one. Let me text my brother. My brother's a foodie. He'll know. Stand by.
We're reaching out. We're phoning a friend here on TCH Live. As we are up to 141 likes here on the broadcast. Really appreciate everyone for joining us. Appreciate the work that you do. Hitting that like button, making sure that you are subscribed. And if we can get 9 more folks to hit that like button, we're going to be up to 150, and I think that is just about grounds for a reload on the bevy. So help us out, me and Keiko here in the booth. Do your duty. As Dante going to pick that up pre-flop with the aces. Betting just a little too much. As we look at our pre-flop raise starts here, J-Stack way up at the top, Mark close behind. And a smattering of folks there in the low double digits. Then we're down to William Anderson and a couple others down at the bottom. So the action definitely being driven by just a couple of our players here this evening. J-Stack, certainly one of the most interesting and action-oriented players to watch. As we've got a newcomer to the chat who has just flooded it with words, so good for you. As we continue here on TCH Live. 148 likes. We're getting close. I'm almost ready. Oh, dude, we got aces again. Josh here with him this time. He's going to bump it up to 50.
Get yourself out of that hole, Josh. This is the hand to do it.
Yeah, so aces are going around.
I don't think he's that far in now. I think he's recovered nicely.
You might be right. We'll have to take a look at the leaderboard.
Okay, super producer Carolyn. Oh,
that is the spiciest flop I have ever seen.
A something for everyone.
Indeed, Josh, top set. Both other players with a flush draw.
Gird your loins.
Yeah. Yeah, there's going to be someone girding something here. Angry Scott has the up and down straight flush draw. Could you imagine if we saw the 2 or the 7 of diamonds? That would be something special.
Explosive.
Explosive fire. Explosive no, we're going to just move on here. As Eric going to bet $90. Angry Scott just going to smooth call.
And y'all, I was serious about smashing that like button because Aaron truly will not pour me another drink until y'all.
No, we're up there.
He's
we're
by the book.
Yeah, we're at 152. The drink can be poured.
Yay! Thank you, Aaron.
You are welcome. Someone is going to be welcome to a nice hefty pot here as we've got a raise to 325 from Josh with the top set and a call. That's not the card that Angry Scott was looking for. That is a.
That's not gonna do it.
Yeah, Scott is very angry. He says, "No, I don't want to pair."
I don't know what kind of sizing he could choose to get Josh off those trip aces. Or
excuse
me, a set of aces.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there's a sizing in the world that would do that.
Nope.
Caitlin getting back to her job, slinging dope on the corner after the, oh, no, dealing. Oh, dealing cards. She's dealing cards after the program.
Carolyn dealing.
Yeah. Did I say Caitlin?
You did.
Oh, Carolyn, Caitlin.
I know, we're both two gorgeous brunettes. Hard to keep us apart.
And the names start with C. It's just it's a nightmare. I don't know how I do it. Help me out, people.
I'm the louder one. That's how you'll remember. Carolyn's disputing that claim. Let's get turned, girl. We'll see. Oh, yeah, I forgot. You guys are massholes. So I bet you can sling some stuff around.
All right, so what a way for that hand to go. Angry Scott turning his hand into a massive bluff there, betting 725, and Josh saying, cool, I like more
Free
money.
money, baby.
Let's go all in. And, yeah, that was...
I don't think he girded his loins right.
I don't know. He grinded them instead of girded them or something. His loins took some damage.
Yeah.
And that was a painful way to...
He looks quite dejected. I don't like to see him like that.
Yeah, well, he turned the bottom pair into a bluff. He took
know?
the discussion we had earlier to heart and went for it, but it wasn't the right time.
You know.
As we continue here, Moose Duty saying, words are hard. You are not wrong, sir. I struggle with words and names and all of the things. If it involves me speaking, then I struggle with it at times. So, you know what? Welcome to TCH Live. Hope you enjoy the program. And we'll be back here next Friday, too. So, not on Thursday, Thanksgiving. We'll be taking that night off. But we will be in here on Friday.
You going to get in there on Black Friday and do some shopping?
What is get
Bum
in
rush.
there?
Bum rush at Best Buy for like some AirPod deals.
No, I will not be doing that. I'm pretty sure that I will be...
I got off of work
sleeping.
and I had a big chunk of time before I came here. And I drove to the Domain thinking, oh, I'll just like bop into the Apple store and grab some headphones that I need. You bop
Okay.
on over.
So you bop.
Unfortunately, there was a line out the door,
Wow.
like wrapped around the corners. Well, I drove all the way to the Domain.
Oh, I thought you said you drove over them, but okay. No, continue.
No, I
All right.
drove over to a mall here in Austin, for those of you outside of the city. And it was not available to me.
Wow, that's unfortunate. Did
I
you ever
know.
play...
So if anyone wants to send me some AirPods, I'm in the market.
Wait, so are you like a brick and mortar only? Like, does this thing called the internet not work for you?
I do not live stream. Oh, like poker? No, you're just talking about shopping? No, I online buy all the time. That's what I was going to do, yeah.
So the AirPods could still be yours.
They could be.
So Josh here has bricked out on this heart and straight draw. Tillman, we don't quite know what he has, but it almost certainly beats 5 high.
One should hope.
I hope it's 6 high because that would be fantastic. The pot is shipped to Tillman. Didn't quite get a look at what his cards were. It's 7 high. Oh my God, that's fantastic. So slightly better than what I wanted.
Well, I guess you got to be glad those hearts didn't come in there, friend. Stack City.
ATX Poker saying, Aaron, tell Caitlin to get a pair of bone conduction headphones that I showed you. Yeah, I would, but I'm afraid that I might get her a little excited.
Wait, what?
Well, that was supposed to be a joke about bone conduction, but it didn't really go down as planned. I don't know, maybe somebody in the chat got it, but we'll back slowly away from that joke.
Aaron, you want to talk about bones? I'm here for this.
This is what you tune in for on TCH Live. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Tillman here, he's enjoying seeing Ace Queen. He's gonna call 25, not raise, just call.
Cowboys for Eric.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna bump it up 105. This is a good sizing
For sure. He should be able to get up 2 callers. Okay.
Yeah, Angry Scott says, I'm angry about losing
Yes.
earlier. And
He's spinning. He's spinning. Thank God they're clubs for you, honey.
Wow.
I don't think you're going to get there. Don't chase this one, Scott.
Another spicy flop, though. This is incredible. All 3 players really picking something up. And Tillman very likely to fully double up Eric here, given the fact that he's got top with the backdoor clubs and leads into this for 150. Eric should put in a sizable raise. Actually, this is kind of a tough spot. I say that and then look at the texture a little bit closer, and this is actually kind of a tough board that can smash your opponents in a way that you should be a little bit timid about. So I take it all back. The call is probably the more prudent
mask is
option.
actually really creepy.
Yeah.
I'd be intimidated.
6 of spades. I thought
That's
might
a
be
brick,
a club.
no.
So yeah, that's not going to do much for anybody. Tillman here, still second best. Kings out in front. Wow. Nick from Yuma is saying, I'm watching on a flip phone. I would actually really like to see someone watch this program on a flip phone. That would be pretty fantastic.
Where'd you even find a flip phone, Nick?
That's still a thing, right? Pair of threes here on the end. So Angry Scott running his hand into a pair on the end. Not what he was hoping for.
Bye, Scott.
Yeah, he's going to angrily check. Tillman, check.
Gave a little information away on that one.
Yeah. Eric now, he's like, wait a minute, I got to have the best hand, right? Check, check here. I can get a lot of value out of something like a queen 10, a king queen, an ace
Okay,
queen.
772 in the pot. What do you think? 30%?
I'd go a big chunky 500, honestly. Make it look like you missed your clubs. It's definitely a possibility. Also something like an ace 10 or maybe even a 9-10, something like that. So he is just going to make it 335, and Tillman snap called. So see, I think you could have gotten more value there by bumping that up to somewhere around 500. But what would you have said? Would you have gone for the larger sizing or more like what Tillman did there? Or sorry, what
was his bet?
335.
335? No, I probably would have gone 30. I mean, that's why I said 30%. That's what I was thinking.
Oh, did you?
For that one.
Sorry, I missed it. Yeah. No, I think.
Just because of the texture. There's, I mean, I would keep it small enough that I'm not going to get raised by a bluff, but big enough that I know where I stand, you know?
Okay. All right. I feel it. And yeah, I think there are plenty of times where even I find myself doing that, but it is interesting to think about it and to try to really piece it together. Go back and look at it and be like, you know what, I think I probably could have got another $100 there.
That's one of my skills that I've been working on, though, honestly, in my personal game is getting my value bet sizing correct. Making more money on my hands, honestly.
Yeah, and then what you end up inevitably doing, and I've run into this more recently as I've put more effort into this as well, is that you find those spots where you're like, all right, like, I can go big. How big can I go? And you go just a little too far and you lose your customer, and it's like, and then you start to like second guess yourself. You're like, well, if I would have done the little 30%, I would have gotten paid 100% of the time. But I went for the big one and didn't get paid, and it's like, but at the same time, like, you know, 500 there was getting paid, but what about 550? What about 600, right? At some point, Tillman says, ugh, this doesn't feel good, and folds. So you want to push the boundary, you want to push the envelope, but you don't want to go too far. So, but that's something you have to flesh out. You have to figure it out for yourself. As we've gone 4 ways to a flop here, Angry Scott flopping the best of it with middle pair and an open ender. Anderson, backdoor, royal flush draw, and the gutter ball.
No.
Broadway.
Nuh-uh.
Well,
No
I mean,
royal
you know,
flush draw.
he doesn't know that.
Oh,
but
he doesn't know
yeah,
that?
the
Then
jack
you
of
would-
clubs is gone. Let's see here. Just taking another look at the chat. Moose Duty saying, when are we getting TCH edibles? Well, you know what? As soon as TCH doesn't have Texas in front of the name, you know, maybe we got TCH Denver, Colorado or something. You could probably get yourself into that.
TCH
but,
Kenny Bunk, right?
yeah.
Carolyn?
Kenny Bunk. So that sounds like a bad strain that you don't want to smoke. But, ooh, this is the Kenny Bunk, bro.
Oh, this
Put
is...
it down. We got a 5 of spades here on the turn, not changing anything. Angry Scott still in front. Anderson, though, with the pre-flop aggression and the flop bet. Angry Scott now actually betting a very sizable amount here, leading the turn. Interesting choice. Do you think he thinks he's bluffing, or do you think he thinks he's going for value? Because if you think you're going for value, then
I don't know. No
betting
offense.
the lead is just terrible.
No offense to my buddy Stanley, but I think he a wee bit tilted these last few hands.
So
I don't know
he's
that we're
clicking
seeing.
buttons?
Yeah, no, I don't know that we're seeing his best play right now. He may be value betting, and from his perspective, but we'll have to ask him later. But he won the pot, so way to go, buddy.
Oh, ATX Poker saying, clarifying what you were talking about. So I guess I am innocent little Aaron. But no, I think from the look that I just got from Keiko that you are incorrect, sir.
Wait, I missed it. What I missed?
ATX Poker. She was talking about powder, innocent little Aaron.
Powder? No, honey.
No, I think
ain't
Kenny
got
Bunk
no
was,
thinking.
it was an inside reference to something that
No,
Carolyn.
Carolyn's from the New England area, and I grew up summering in Kennebunkport.
Oh, yeah,
And so
yeah.
we've joked about there being a TCH
We'll
Kennebunkport
take
before.
that, John Shack.
Yeah, you enjoying that inside joke now that I painfully broke it down for you? Come laugh with me and Carolyn about TCH Kennebunk.
Hell to the yeah, Josh here, not a believer in the 9 Triz. Over to J-Stack, not a believer in whatever 2 napkins he had. 4-3. All right, hitting him up. A whole lot of garbage. Over to Anderson. He's got a pair of 8s. No 8 of spades. No Steamdola 8 in sight. Williams got it. That's why.
Snowman.
But Williams just going to call on the button, so he's tired of folding, but this is a hand that he should be raising.
Anecdotally, I feel like I have the best, anecdotally, I'm not saying this is any type of anything but anecdotal, but I have the best luck with pocket 8s at flopping sets for sure. If I think of like lifetime, just anecdotally.
Yeah.
They 8s have been kind to me. When I played the stream as a player, not as a commentator, I ended up boating up with pocket 8s and got paid off.
Nice. Yeah, 8s are a good one to do that with because, yeah, they're strong enough that you didn't have to like 3-bet them, so you see a lot more flops, and they're obviously a lot better than the rest of the hands that you just flat call with. You know, your 6s, your 5s, your 4s when you make sets with those. So yeah, I like the 8s as well. 8's no good here though because Angry Scott has flopped the Stone Cold Goods. Had a pretty decent run out. And he's going to bet for value here. Anderson says, I don't believe you. Oh, wait, I wish I believed you. There's $100. As we continue here, TCH Live, Thursday, 2-5 edition. J-Stack sitting up there, 5K. He hasn't really moved much, so yeah, dropped down. In fact, Angry Scott is really challenging him for the top spot on the leaderboard there. So
yeah, you know, Angry Scott was like, don't call me tilted, Caitlin. I'm going to show you some winners.
Seriously, things are happening. Let's see here. Golden, oh my God, dead. Yeah. So there's some good back and forth here happening in the chat. Always nice to see people having a good time interacting with each other in the chat instead of throwing angry nonsense at each other. So good on you guys. You know what? If you're in the chat and you haven't hit the like button for yourself.
Please,
because
y'all. Aaron's rationing me based on likes. I need you. I need your support.
That's right. No more hand sanitizer for Keiko until you like. It puts the lotion on its skin.
Or else it gets the hose again.
That was good. Did you hear?
Don't question my Silence of the Lambs knowledge.
Okay, I wouldn't. I would never. Did you catch our bit, me and Mikey, on Sunday?
No.
Oh, we were doing Sunday.
Sunday?
Sunday. Yeah.
Actually,
okay.
now that I think about it, I did.
Okay.
Because my buddy Mike final tabled, so I tuned in.
Yeah.
And then you were doing the commentary. I was like, full circle.
Yeah. That was fun. Hope you all tuned in for last Sunday. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, Sunday is our $170 7K guarantee, no limit hold'em Texas style tournament.
Does it freeze out every
Words
week?
are hard. Freeze out. Yes, freeze out every week on Sunday. We have a second chance tournament on Saturday, $100 buy-in, where if you get bounced, unfortunately, you can re-enter one time.
Yep.
Or you can do one add-on at the break if you have not already exercised your re-entry.
And this week, the prize pool ballooned up to almost $8,400 for the payouts for the grand prize pool.
We're talking on Sunday, right?
For Sunday,
yeah. No, really
and that's
good
a particularly, that wasn't one of the bigger weeks, too, y'all. So there's money to be had for that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, so the tournaments are fantastic here at TCH North Austin. Come on down, check us out. We've also got free rolls throughout the week. We've got our Wednesday night free roll and our Friday night free roll. Also, don't forget, if you are a lady, it's ladies' night on Fridays. Come on in, get yourself in on the free roll, or just play some cash games. Get 50% off your hourly rate all day on Friday.
I'll be here tomorrow night if y'all want to come say hi. I'm playing some 1-3 definitely. If there's a bigger game going, I'll play that. But come see me at the Hold'em table. I'll be there, and I suspect Aaron will too.
Tomorrow is so I'm going down to San Antonio to play myself some tournament poker.
Yes,
so may not be around, but come on in and hang out with Keiko and mix it up there with all the ladies. We got ourselves a $20 super chat here to Leonard Barron saying, Clown Baby from last week's live stream. Enjoyed the game, commentators, and the friendly staff. Cheers to TCH Austin. Cheers to you, my man.
Hey, babe.
Clown Baby, it was fantastic seeing you on the stream. Really enjoyed seeing you mix it up in there. I thought you had some fantastic plays, and really appreciate the $20 super chat. So thank you very much for joining us here this evening. All right, as we've gone multi-way here to the
You gotta love
flop.
it when Deuce 3 makes the best hand.
Yeah, and then fires out for 325. That is almost
Why
a full
not?
pot-sized bet.
Why the hell not?
Well, he's likely not
It couldn't
going
have
to.
been. No.
He bet 325. We're up to almost 1,000, so it's half pot. Did I say full pot?
You said full pot.
Oh, I
Yeah,
apologize.
don't make me look stupid.
No. Keiko's never wrong. Yeah, so that's a half pot size bet. Mark gonna get out of there. J-Stack, he's trying to figure out his life. He's got a $20 bill for something. He's gonna go ahead and fold as well. Eric there, who had a beautiful hand pre-flop, does not like the look
Eric not
of
afraid
that
to
flop.
fold. That's a disciplined man.
Ooh, shows the 3 and the deuce. He's
It was
like,
good,
"It was
honey. You were good.
Yeah, indeed it was. So Josh going to pick up a really nice pot there, playing the 3 deuces. And indeed, Angry Scott has taken over the top of the chip count leaderboard.
Way to go, Hunty. We're so proud of you. What a recovery.
Way to go. We got more nonsense in the chat. Fantastic stuff. You know, that's the way of the world, right? You make a comment about everybody being friendly, getting along, and then it just instantly turns to shit. So, way to go. Way to go, chat pros. I kid, of course. We're happy to have you and talk about whatever you want to. This is the wonderful world of internet chat, so enjoy yourselves. Dante here with the ace-jack offsuit, putting in a raise to 75. Eric 1K, ace-7 of spades. Nice. I don't know who said that. Who said that to
That's
you?
my best friend.
Oh, fantastic stuff. Trash animals. Is that a common saying?
No, I
amongst you
made
and
it
your
up
friends?
tonight. Wasn't it fun?
Oh, that was fun. Ooh, we've got ourselves a real hand brewing
Oh,
here.
humdingers.
Yeah, Anderson here with the Red Cowboys, putting in the 3-bet to 400. That is a big bet, too. Angry Scott now with the queens. 2 black queens, $400 put out there on a 3-bet. Anderson doesn't really do too much to get out of line, and this is a massive raise.
Yes.
After,
Actions on Scott with queens. Okay.
And think about this, too, in the ordering. You've got under the gun +1, and under the gun +2. He correctly
Yes,
folds
King.
the
The
queens.
discipline. How'd he know?
We just high-fived for you.
Stanley
for making
Tucci.
that fold.
Ugh, I knew I liked you.
Yeah. Wow. Incredible discipline
That
there.
was really impressive. I think that's more than one of the more impressive moves we see tonight.
Yeah, and in in the long term, from a GTO type standpoint, that's probably still a losing play. But against these players and recognizing the strength of these under the gun early position opens raises, I think that is a very intelligent read of the situation.
For
and just
sure.
Getting away from that. I mean, that's $1,300 to Anderson that he was very likely to just pay off had he done anything other than fold.
No, he couldn't help himself. He had to share with his seat neighbor his fold. And now he knows that he made the right call. He's probably
Wow.
feeling pretty good now.
Yeah, and Anderson probably.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a play from Scott on the next couple of hands.
Oh, because he's a little tilted there, having to
Oh
fold
yeah.
queens. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
could be.
He's riding that wave.
Yeah.
For my friend who asked me about the best deli in Austin, my brother, Benjamin, the foodie, has gotten back to me, and he says on North Lamar, Other Side Deli. They do really good pastrami. I've had a pastrami sandwich there before. It's really good. So for whoever was asking about the deli, that is the Komeski family take.
All right. Fantastic stuff here on TCH Live, Thursday edition. Let's see. So we've got ourselves.
Do
just
our
a
viewers
limp.
know about the button game that we play with the dealers? We affectionately call it the burger button after one of our local Austin cash players named Burger, where you can add tip chips to the button, and then whenever the button wins the hand, the dealer will get all the chips that are stacked on the dealer button. So that's just like a fun way that they like to mix it up here at TCH. Shout out to our friend Burger.
Yeah, no, that is a pretty cool thing. It's like a little mini lottery for the dealers, as you know, you could see it get built up before your eyes. This massive stack of tip chips, then get pushed through and have the next dealer hit it on their first hand dealt or something of that nature. But Dante here flopping bottom 2 pair. Doesn't get counterfeit there, but it's not a card he wanted to see. J-Stack here still with bottom pair and a gutty. Josh with second pair and a gutter. Dante with those 2 pair.
Well, I predicted 10 bank the way this night has gone.
Nope,
It
just
didn't get
the
there, but-
biggest brick on the planet. Dante's hand gonna hold up. He's checking, and he's gonna say, "I got 2 pair, guys. Is that good?" And they're gonna be like, "Ah, damn
Yeah,
it, yes."
honey. Yeah, it's good. We fold.
Yeah, indeed they do. So, $500 pot moving over there to Dante, who has chipped up a little bit here in recent times. So, we'll have to take another gander at those chip counts. Find out who's doing well and who is stuck. Here as we, whoa, it looks like we've got the Queen of Felt here.
Queen of Felt, hey girl,
At least being
hey!
mentioned. At least being mentioned.
Okay, well, if you're in the chat there, girl, I love you. Your Instagram feed on fire as per usual.
She's coming. Ooh, December
December
3rd. The Queen of Felt will be back amongst us.
I gotta get me a seat. I've only chatted with her online, but just the classiest lady.
Yeah, she's.
I love to meet fellow female poker players that know how to play aggressive and you know, are proud of their skill. I love to see it.
Excellent. Very good. Well, you know what? Really looking forward to that. And, oh, yeah. Okay, now I scrolled up there, and the Queen of Felt is indeed in the chat. So thank you for joining us. And looking forward to seeing you back here. So excellent. Very good.
No, she's got a really solid Instagram feed, too. Please give Queen of Felt a follow. She'll even play, like, give you little scenarios where you can practice your skill with her, and you can chat about how you play a hand.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, no, she's got a very active poker-oriented feed, so definitely want to give her a follow.
Very cool. William here flopping top pair and the best hand. Mark with second pair backdoor clubs is going to continue betting at this for 130. My guess is that he was the pre-flop aggressor. Although, no, William is in early position, so perhaps he put in a small bet. Let's see, he did.
Willie.
Small bet, got 3 bet, put in the call.
Called, okay.
9 of clubs, that is a good card for Mark to continue barreling on. And he is already cutting out chips, looking to continue betting with what is now third pair and a flush draw.
Come on, Willie. Think, what would Russell Wilson do? He would call here. Top pair, hunty.
275, and he's gonna let it go. So William the Nit is living up to his namesake there. Yeah, so oftentimes what I've seen from William is a little bit more thought about
Definitely a cerebral player. Get that for sure.
Yeah, and so I've seen him many times sort of go through the progression of like, where am I in my range? Like, I'm at the top of my range here is what I expected him to think through here and be like, I can't fold. But truth be told, he can, and he did it quite quickly. Perhaps some sort of
maybe he got a read, you know, you never know.
or past experience just with Mark. Mark is an aggressive player, and you know, maybe he just felt like, I'm just going to get stacked if I play this guy because he's going to just put me to the test, and I, you know, I don't know, flip a coin. Maybe I'm good, maybe I'm bad, but just didn't want to get put in that spot on the river. He knew it was going to be a call all in, very likely, and he just said, I'm going to make the decision now to cord and run. I sure do. As long as your phone is of the Android variety. Do you have a cord?
No.
No?
No. I do in my car.
I have a battery, but I have nothing in the iPhone.
There's one in the front. Let's see if in my battery pack and my. I mean, I'm at 7%. We're Gucci, everyone.
7%.
Don't worry. You can still text me.
J-Stack here with King, Queen of Diamonds putting in the 3-bet. Josh out of position with the ace-10 says, you know what, this guy is just going to put me to the test. I'm going to get out of here. And, ooh, J-Stack, he's got a plaque over there now. Look at that. Love me some plaques. I've never played with a plaque.
I'm sorry. Oh, plaque, like literally like the $1,000 plaques.
Yeah. It's been my goal to accumulate. a plaque.
Oh,
like
we
to
gotta
win
get
it
us
from
some
someone.
plaques. That would be amazing. No, I mean that's probably one of my favorite parts of Casino Royale is when they're betting with the plaques.
Indeed. Pretty cool stuff here. If you would like to come down and play with some plaques, join us here at TCH North Austin. Get on in the mix. Buy
Plaques
yourself
on
some plaques.
plaques.
Plaques on plaques on plaques. As William putting in
Yeah.
the $10 straddle.
I swear, y'all, these Texas games play big. You may think you're sitting down to play one too, but they're going to be chips on the table.
Yeah. Keiko not lying about that. Tillman going to put in the smooth call. King deuce of diamonds. Why not? Right there in the small blind with the ace 4 offsuit. This is a spot where he could potentially squeeze, but he's just going to call. Oh, we've already gone to a flop. But we're just getting caught up on the action. As we are checking all the way through to a turn, which is a 10, which is doing nothing to change the fact that ace high. Sorry, pair of fours with the ace is still best. Asa Hughes here saying Jay Plaque, indeed. Forget about Jay Stack.
Yes,
It's now
Jay Plaque.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that came up when he won the 8K the other night. We were like, dude, it's not Jay Stack anymore. It's Jay Plaque. Yeah. No, that's a good one.
Proud to know you, Jay Plaque. Proud to know you.
For sure. Scott Ferguson with a hot take. Range is the biggest bullshit phase in phrase, probably is what he meant, in poker these days. Used to explain poor play.
I see that point. I truly do. When people talk about, oh, what's this player's range? I'm like, you're presupposing a level of consistency among humanity that is non-existent.
Is that true, though? So I get the sentiment. I absolutely get the sentiment, and I think that there's a wide, population of players where applying a range to them is sort of a silly concept. And yet on the other side of things, ooh, Jay Plaque, he's showing us that he's got 2. He did a little look at the camera and everything. That was fantastic stuff. Yeah, he was like, ooh, he was like having fun. Yeah, he's still playing with him.
Yes, Hunty.
So, okay, so I get the sentiment, but at the same time, you said like something about like just human beings, something like that. And I do think that there are plenty of situations where you can rule out an entire class of hands, even if someone is just like super loosey.
Oh, yeah, like at a basic level. But when you start going through the minutia of it and trying to like be like, I got to put them on. Like people that call out people's hands and shit, I'm like, I can put someone on a flush draw or a straight draw. But when people are like literally Svengaling hands, like you have Jack 10 of hearts, I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Where are you getting that information? What are you basing that on?
But that's not a range. That's pinning someone down to exactly one hand. Like a range is going to be specifically more than one hand, and it's going to be a smattering of bluffs mixed in with value. I get though this concept that it like is used to describe away like poor play or whatever. Anyways, I just tend to think that the concept of ranging, the principle of it, and the fundamental nature to playing good sound poker it's absolutely a pinnacle of it. I don't think that it's just some new thing or just some way to describe away bad play or something like that. So,
yeah.
Anyways,
good
that's
point,
my
Scott. Thanks for the conversation topic.
6 of diamonds here on the end, not going to change anything. So Eddie missing the flush draw. Angry Scott there with top pair and a weaker kicker than Dante, who's got the goods. See if he decides to go for value. Angry Scott is going to check, try to get to showdown with his top pair middling kicker. Checks over to Dante, and Dante is going to check it down. I would have really liked to see a small value bet there. Again, somewhere around 1/3 to 1/2 pot. Try to get called by a weaker jack. In fact, if you thought that your opponent had a weaker jack, sizing up, again, going back to our conversation earlier, wouldn't have been a bad play. Probably would have got a crying call out of the Angry Scott and made him even angrier.
We got to figure out why Scott's so angry. We got to find him later.
Yeah, sort of pick his brain, find out.
I hope he's a little less angry after recovering from that tilt episode. I'm pretty proud of little Stanley Tuch.
Yeah, just looking at the chat here. So let's see. We got ourselves a bomb pot as JD sitting down.
Ugh, my blood pressure's not ready for this.
No?
No, I
Do you
can't.
need another? Do you need another beverage? Do we need 41 more likes to get you in the zone?
Yes, Hunties, smash that button for your girl Keiko.
Smash the button. We got a couple of players sitting out. They said there's a little too much excitement for me. Gonna go have some fresh air, something of that nature. But we are playing some 4-card, and we're gonna see who smashes this flop this time around as we move into final 42 minutes of the program. Hope y'all are happy, safe, and healthy there at home watching this program. And hope that all of you are looking forward to our Friday stream coming up just the day after Thanksgiving as well.
All right. I don't see any aces or jacks out there. I do see a couple folks with a gutter for Broadway. And
there it
it'll
is.
come through, yeah, for both William and Tillman.
Yeah, not bringing in any additional flush draws. So
I think
still
there's a
just the
worse.
front door
I think there's a
spades.
worse straight out there though. Yeah, Anderson's got 10-9.
You're right. Anderson does have the dummy end, and Tillman with the spade flush draw 10 high, and Josh with the spade flush draw queen high. Dante's hand still mysterious and lurking.
I think Anderson knows enough to get away from his shitty straight.
Yeah, I suspect that he doesn't feel too strong about it. However,
You ain't
this is
on
a
that
bet
business
of
end.
50.
He can afford it.
Yeah, he's kind of looking at his hand though. He's like, this just doesn't feel very good. And
Yeah, your instincts are there, honey. To pitch it, pitch it.
yeah, you rarely see a player lift up their cards like this. And then
Dante
and then
called,
call.
but we don't know what he's calling with.
Right, you are.
All right.
As we go to a river and not a spade, just
Okay.
another jack. So board
He
pairing
may
card.
have ace jack or queen jack under there. We don't know.
Dante needs to have
No, he doesn't. Straight, straight, and
Jack.
boat.
8-8. He's got the jack 8 full house. Gets there on the end, but checked it back. Another interesting choice. Check, check, check all the way through, and you have a
I
full
was so
house.
convinced he didn't have it. Why would
yeah.
you check that there?
Well, Dante just
I guess
content.
it's a small pot. What we're only working with 280 here.
Yeah, but once again, could definitely get some crying calls out of worse
sure.
hands like King 10, and there were 2 of them. Bet $100 there. I bet Will and or the other gentleman with the King 10 pays you off. So
Yeah.
another spot, maximizing value. Give it a try. Mike Youngblood saying, "Where's my team ATX poker hoodie?"
Yeah, what is Mike's
well,
hoodie says? I think
you
Mike's
need
hoodie
one.
says Dunks Daddy.
Dunks Daddy.
Daddy of Dunks.
Hey, that's pretty cool though too. So, All right, War Eagle from Rick Chambly. Thank you for dropping that in the chat. Oh, we got Steam Dola in the chat. So
Hey, Maddie.
getting caught up on all the action. Always good to have you here, Steamy. Mark here, 6'5" offsuit, says, yeah, early middle position. This is the time to go. Let's pump this up. Tillman, ace-4 clubs. Worthy of a call. Anderson feels the same. Pair of sevens. William the Knit, he got the 8-4 suited, but he is not a believer, so he's not going to go for it. We'll see if the
He doesn't see
8-4.
the beauty of the symmetry.
Did you say symmetry or
Symmetry.
symmetry, I believe.
Symmetry.
Sim?
Symmetry.
Yeah, just say it with an
Symmetry.
accent, then you can say however you want. Slammetry.
Symmetry. I'm sorry I'm so refined and cultured, Aaron. Trying to keep up.
Oh, I am doing my best, but it is a difficult and very tall order. Let's go to a flop here 3 ways. As we've got a 3-bet out of Angry Scott to sorry.
That is an angry move to 3-bet
Yeah,
with that hand.
Yeah, so I actually the action's not complete here. So Anderson is actually going to let go of the sevens. Angry Scott with that 3-deuce 3-bet.
Oh! Of course, the poker gods rewarded the bravery. Of course,
my
Stanley. They're going to see you through. Scotty.
Yeah, so what he needs to do is check this back, though, because Tillman has a whole lot of nothing, and he needs
Yeah.
Tillman to pick up a pair. Wait, is
Oh,
Tillman?
he's being kind enough to bet it for him.
Oh no, he checked and Tillman is going to bet for him. That's exactly right.
You know, just a little donk bet. It will hurt you every time, y'all. Don't be donk betting.
Well,
Check raise
so
is the stronger play.
no. So Tillman is in position. Angry Scott had put the 3-bet in from the big blind.
Oh, okay.
Tillman had limp called. Now we're going check on the turn. We go to this 10 river. Now Angry Scott likely to put out an attempt at a value bet, and Tillman probably running for the
gotcha.
hills. Yeah.
My mistake.
Yeah, puts out 300 there, trying to get called by a king that is non-existent. And
Scott's got to be pretty close to digging himself out of his hole at this point.
oh, Angry Scott, was he ever in a hole? Look at him. He's up
Well,
there
he
at
got
5K.
stacked by J-Stack, no?
Okay.
I think super producer Carolyn seems to think he's still a little down. Not quite out yet.
Oh, good Lord. Well,
Yeah, no.
that's a swingy night when you have 5K in front of you and you are stuck. So good for you. Come on down and try to dig yourself out of your own holes at TCH.
Emotionally.
Emotionally, financially, all of the ways. Just, bring a shovel and a light.
We'll get in the trenches with you, Holmes. We're here for you.
Yes, indeed. Mike Youngblood says, I made Angry Scott angry as a dealer tonight. Well, good work doing your job there,
Way to
Big
go, Mikey. We're proud of you.
Yeah. As I take a look here in the chat, Dunks is happy in the dog park / bar, and I'm 3 beers in, petting any dog that comes near me. All right.
Sounds about right.
Get in there, Big Mike. Yeah, Big Daddy Mike doing all the petting.
You better be picking up some ladies with this damn dog, Mike.
But not physically. Don't just pick them up. You should,
Wait for them to reciprocate your advances is the ideal play in that scenario.
Yeah, not the old.
Yeah, don't commit crimes.
We've got a raise to 80 here. J-Stack with the Jack 10 offsuit. And getting a cascade of calls because we've got a 4-deuce and a 3-deuce. And you know what? Those are premium hands here at TCH North Austin. So we're calling $70 out of position.
All the red 2s on the flop. No, couldn't do it twice in a row, but we do have an open ender for J-Stack. And, I mean, he usually doesn't even need that much equity, so I think he should be just fine.
Yeah, Tillman here does have a gutty on the dummy end plus backdoor spades, but yeah, pretty much nobody has a hand worth. Such a stack, big chunky bet there. Interesting choice once again, but somehow his opponents just don't have anything. So, imagine that you called with King 10, because that's a better hand than 3 deuce. You hit top and bottom, and you check over to the pre-flop aggressor, and he fires out with bottom pair and a gutter, and you're like, let's go. Just doesn't seem to happen that way. J-Stack just never runs into this crap.
He doesn't have time for run bad.
Oh, yeah. Well, I wish I didn't. Good Lord.
I got to meet this Amber because she must be a fine cook or a something to have a satisfied, happy man playing as good a cards as he playing.
We've got some very entertaining banter about Prestige and his attempts earlier on in the evening to run up a stack. As we've got J-Plack here raising up from early position with the Queen 9 of spades after Tillman limped in under the gun. William the Nit not interested in the Queen 10. Angry Scott says, I got a pair of 6s though. I'll try to find the 6-6-6 flop. Going to be tough with Tillman holding one of his outs. And indeed, he's still got the best of it though. 8-5-4, 2 diamonds. Going to a turn, check. Tillman now picking up top pair as the backdoor diamonds, or its front door diamonds complete there on the turn. Angry Scott does have a diamond. Keiko over here yawning. Needs another shot of the hand sanitizer.
That's true.
And Tillman going to bet and take it down with his turned top pair of aces. Speaking of aces, and particularly suited aces, under the gun in a normal game that you play, are you opening every suited ace? I'm just curious.
No.
No?
Probably not. Under the gun? We're
Yeah.
talking under the gun?
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely play my fair share of suited aces, but in early position, depending on the table texture, obviously, more than
Like whether
likely
it's a
not.
rough or a smooth felt, mostly?
Yeah, the table texture.
You're like, this felt's
No,
just
well,
a little
I mean,
too rough around the edges.
I mean, another factor is whether I'm the chip leader. If I'm the chip leader, I'm raising almost every hand. I get pretty aggro when I got chips in front of me.
Okay. Alec Torelli's Hidden Chips. I don't know who this chick is announcing, but she's the best announcer I've ever heard. Good chemistry with Aaron as well. Put it up there.
Yes,
All
Hunty.
right. Thank you very much for that. I tried
That made my night. Thank you,
I
sir.
tried to lead that out like it was going to be a big burn, and then it wasn't. So fantastic stuff. Thank you for those nice words, and I agree with you. She's fantastic. So might be bringing Keiko back here in the future. We will see.
Oh, I'm all beat red, y'all. Don't make me feel too good.
All right, can I take a picture?
No.
Oh, too late. Anderson here. He's got the suited ace 10. Gonna go ahead and bump this up to $80. Quick call out of Eddie here with the eights. We're going to a flop. No, J-Stack found his way in here from the straddle, and he's made bottom pair. So.
Hey, Deuce 3 hasn't lost yet tonight from those that have chosen to open it. So let's go, Jay.
I think you might be a little bit off about your data analysis there, but
No, I can't think of another hand that someone raised with. Wasn't it just the one and he won because he flopped trips?
Oh, okay, all right. You
Yeah,
did say
don't bring me to task,
okay.
Hunty.
We've just heard, we've seen other deuce threes that have lost and gone by the wayside, but Eddie here has the best pair with pair eights. J-Stack could take this away, but he decides to check and is going to lose to the pair eights. Pair of
We're
deuces,
not
no
seeing
good.
a lot of river bets from him when he doesn't have the stone cold.
Well, yeah, so there are times where we've seen him put out these big, massive bluffs and get them through, but he is sort of picking these spots too where he just checks down with either showdown value, like marginal to, effectively zero showdown value, all the way down to just nut low, right? Like we saw him just check nut low earlier when it's like, this is a crystal clear spot to bluff, especially for a man with J-Stack's image and his just reputation. And in fact, it would have worked, but just checked it back. And Tillman had sixes. There's like 5 cards on the board higher than 6, and he just checked and didn't get it through. Didn't even go for it. But in any case, he mixes it up. And sometimes he zigs when he should have zagged, and other times he zigs you right out of all of your chips. So that's how it goes. ATX Poker here saying, hey, Aaron, there are 2 folks on the table from Best Bet Jacksonville. Give them some love, as last week they shouted out TCH multiple times. All right.
Absolutely.
Well, be happy to do that. Then I would guess that
Eddie.
we got Eddie. Eddie is one of those.
And then is Eric?
gents.
Eric is the other
And
one? Yeah,
Eric.
1K.
Eric and Eddie. So great
Thank
to have
y'all
them
so
here.
much for
Indeed.
playing with us tonight.
Josh Litt saying, where's my man Poker Traveler? Poker Traveler is doing his bit of traveling. In fact, that man was just at Best Bet Jacksonville not too long ago and doing a little
He
bit
was
of
at
a
the meetup
circuit.
game yesterday. I saw him yesterday.
yeah.
I met him for the first time.
At Palms or whatever? Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. So good on him. He's traveling around, doing his thing. Let's see here as we continue here on TCH Live. Moving into the last, what are we on here? We're on our last half an hour of the program here tonight. Hope you all are enjoying the show. We've got Mark here with the 10, 7 of hearts, 10 high flush draw up against Tillman, top pair. Keiko nursing an empty cup, nudging it towards me, trying to get me to pour some. 164 likes there as we get a 99-cent super chat from ATX Poker. I guess the super chat will do it.
Do I get 45 of that? What's the story on these super chats? Rod.
No, see, after we pay,
I'll take a check.
After we pay overhead and the hamsters on the wheel that are keeping the lights on, then you get. Sorry, actually, we need you to pay me. Sorry, we just.
What do I owe you for tonight?
Yeah, we just ran the numbers, and for your exposure on the program, gonna need tree fitty. All right, as we continue TCH Live. Having a good time. Hope you guys are as well. lot of solid punting, says Eric here. Yeah, we had a few punts, I guess. I mean, Prestige
I
is
honestly
always
think
up
the
for a
play
punt.
in general has been fairly solid tonight in terms of streaming play.
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't seen anybody getting so out of line that, I mean, our sweet friend Prestige made a run for it right at the beginning, didn't have another bullet in him, but you know,
Yeah.
hey, it happens to the best of us.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was a one and done kind of a one hitter quitter kind of a situation. As yeah, we're using white chips tonight, so $2 and $5 there. White chips hit in the middle. Dante gonna under the gun limp. This man just continues to play these hands under the gun, and he's like, you know what? I've raised enough times. I'm just gonna limp and see what happens. Well, Eddie, man, words are so hard. Eddie is going to limp from the hijack with 9s, which is a very strange play in my book. Josh puts in the raise, the queen 5 of hearts, and then J-Stack out of the big blind, ace king, puts in a big 3-bet. Josh, though, is going to play this one in position, queen 5 of hearts, because you know what? He came here to play, and J-Stack said, I raised you, so you have to call and stuff.
I'm so sorry, Hunty.
Well, you never know. Nope, that's not the flop he was looking for. Not a heart in sight, no queens, no 5s. J-Stack with the big overcards, going to continuation bet. And Josh, unless he just totally soul reads something. Nope, he's folding. Okay, game over. Aaron is smooth. Hell yeah, it's not the first time I've heard that. Thank
What
you
you
very
smooth
much.
about?
I don't know. It's probably just me, you know, butchering my words or something. Run Pure. This is a serious question. Can y'all at TCH make a highlight reel of Prestige's greatest punts? It would be an all-time great video. You know what? I think we probably could.
I think we have the content.
Oh, now I know I'm smooth because Alec Torelli's Hidden Chip said that he swears that I'm flirting with you. Oh, well, yeah, I'm a smooth operator. Wait, okay, ATX Poker says Prestige gets one of the Steam Dola new collection shirts, the Steam Dola Pun of the Night. And yes, I absolutely did like that shirt. Have you seen it yet?
No, what is it?
The Steam Dola Pun of the Night. It's fantastic.
And can
I'll pull it up
someone
here.
think of a better expression for my T-shirt? This Keiko for Cuckoo, whatever the hell Aaron came up with is not acceptable.
Well,
Oh yeah, no, I did see that on Instagram. Great shirt, Steam Dola. I love it.
if
Pun of the night.
that was my one and only entry, then we can try again. But
No, y'all, what's my T-shirt gonna say? Can y'all write my slogan for me?
all right, this is reaching dangerous territory. Asking the chat to come up with your
Did you hear my
slogan.
twang come out? I promised you it would, cause see, I was asking a direct ask. It came out.
There it is. Let's see here. Punt content, lol. Absolutely. All right, let's get back to the action here. We got Angry Scott still holding down the top of the leaderboard. J-Stack hovering at the 5K mark. Just a few hundred down from 5K.
Oh, he changed his mask.
Yeah,
now he got. Is that your face? Whose face is that? That would be a hilarious troll if one of these dudes showed up with our faces on their face.
Yeah, I would like that.
They'd be like, you think you can hide behind the microphone, but you cannot. Yeah, that is a flippin' face.
Yeah, he's got
It looks like a lady. Is that your lady?
What is that?
I can't tell. Her eyes are bugging because when he breathes.
Yeah, I couldn't get a good read on what it was. It's something. We'll continue to take a look at that. If anybody else in the chat can help identify what is going on there, help us out. But keep our eyes peeled. Here's the V-Pips. Yeah, William, well above the Lottie line. Look at that, 21%.
Willie, yes. We stuck by you. We believed in you, and you did us proud.
And no player down even near the Lottie line. William holding the new, I guess, tonight's version of the Lottie line there at 21%.
Yes, this is how we Texas poker.
Yeah, you're not wrong. As we get folds through here after an under-the-gun limp from Angry Scott. Dante going to come along. What is that? No, it's a man. There's a mustache on that face.
Is it the Tiger King? Is it Joe Exotic?
Oh, that might be.
Is it? I told you I watched Dancing with the Stars earlier this week, right?
Yeah.
Did you know that Carol was on this season?
Oh, wait.
She
are
was
you
like
kidding
second
me?
or third voted off. No, Carol Baskin
Wow.
was on this season of Dancing with the Stars.
That's horrifying.
She's dreadful.
Yeah. And terrible
And
human
I am
being, I would
very,
imagine.
very upset that Nelly made. I mean, he made it because of votes, because he's like the biggest pop star in there. But his
Okay.
name. I mean, the fact that both Sky Jackson and Johnny Weir went home, and Nelly gets to dance in the final for the mirror ball. That's not justice. That's not justice.
Nothing about any of that sounds
Sound
good.
off in the chat about your Dancing with the Stars opinions.
As
I think I may be alone on this one.
you might be. I'm not gonna lie. Anderson here, he's made a full house on the end. Angry Scott has 9s and 6s. Dante also 9s and 6s. And yeah, I guess he's trying to figure out like just how often would Anderson bluff into 2 players. Oh, it did the little hand like gesture of like, well, I don't know, maybe, yeah, maybe. Tightrope between call and fold, and it's going to be a fold. So Anderson not getting paid there with the full house. As I think it's time for me to go and check my fantasy scores because I have been remiss in checking those. Come on. I need a lot of points. Oh, Kyler Murray sitting on only 11 points there with 2 minutes left in the third quarter. He is not doing it for me. My opponent not totally blasting off either, though, so things are not terrible. Ugh. I picked up Carlos Hyde off of the waiver wire. He is riding my bench. He's got 58 yards, a touchdown, and some receiving yards to go with it for 14 points.
Can you translate
count
for
on
those
that.
of us who don't speak fantasy football?
I
Good
am.
news, bad news.
It's good enough news. It's moderate news. I'm not getting blown out of the water, but I did expect
Did you
Kyler
lose your
Murray.
lead in the league?
No. Thursday is the first game of the week, so like this is just the beginning. And then we go all the way through the weekend, and then Monday Night Football.
I only
before,
play
if
fantasy
you win or
drafts
lose.
for The Bachelor and The Bachelorette. That's the only time I'm putting down money on a bracket.
I
Besides,
just
I'll play March Madness,
Threw up
obviously.
in my mouth a little bit.
Don't do that to me. I'm respecting you all night.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Dante here has flopped the joint, so good for him. He's got the straight there on a rainbow flop, too. Feeling really good about that. Mark here with second pair and a gutty. Josh under pair to the board with the 7s. And he's the one leading out, so, see what happens. No, actually, I used to watch the Bachelorette.
What was her name?
Oh, God,
The woman that made you watch that?
No. It was so long ago, and it was because my mom wanted to watch it or something.
Oh,
and
he's
so
a
it was
good
like,
son.
and
We
then
stan Aaron.
well, and then it was like, well, obviously she's attractive, so like I can watch this, and like but it was just like weird. It was like,
Whose
wait,
season
this is a
do you
real.
remember who was the Bachelorette that you watched?
Oh, are you kidding me? Hell no, I don't remember any of that.
Do you know
I mean,
Caitlin, JoJo, Becca.
none of these words mean anything to me. But no,
Honey,
it was
I could name all their contestants too. Don't push me.
No, this was a long time ago. In any case, it's sort of, I don't know, interesting / horrifying that genre has persisted through to today. Here we are. So we got a raise to 375. Keiko not happy with my criticisms of modern
I'm
television.
sorry, I didn't realize you were a gosh darn misanthrope over here. I'm sorry, did I use a word too big for you? Do you want me to dumb
I don't
it
know,
down?
but your pronunciation of it was pretty interesting, so that's the way I'm going to go with it.
Okay.
We've been playing Scrabble against each other, so she's got a large vocabulary, but I'm learning that your pronunciations are a little bit different than what I
Yeah,
would
you know
go
what that
with.
means? It's because I fucking read, bro. It's because I read it in a book, you dipshit.
What? How does that change your pronunciation?
Because I've never heard another person say it. I just read it in a book. Although you don't think it's pronounced misanthrope? What do you say, misanthropy? You
No,
dipshit?
you said
What?
misanthrope.
Misanthrope.
But there's
Yeah,
a little bit
like
more
the
Z
play.
in yours than like an S.
Like the Reformation French play.
Like a misanthrope.
By Moliere, motherfucker. I'm sorry.
We are going full blown off the
I'm
rails.
so sorry.
here
I cursed. I'm
on
sorry if your
TCH
children are in
Live.
the next room. I'll stop.
Yeah, that's a quarter in the jar. And by a quarter, I mean a green chip. So put it in there and
I can afford
let's
it.
move forward.
I
All
better
right.
double down.
Oh,
drop
that's right.
another.
You made $1,000 the other night. So quarter chips for everybody. Let's see here. We've got Mark opening up early position. Again, another nice loose open here. Queen 10 offsuit. J-stack, a loose call. Jack 8. So we've got the middling rags going at it here. Anderson on the button with the Queen 4, trying to decide if he wants to play with these crazy misanthropes. Didn't you even say misanthropes?
No.
I thought it was like a soft O. I was like, misanthropes. What?
I mean, I don't doubt that this is my third time. By the way, you're the worst shot pourer ever.
What? Why?
What, am I driving you later? That.
Did I? I didn't pour anything.
No, I mean, I've drank some of this, but every time you pour me a drink, it's just like half a finger, like a pinky finger.
Oh. We're down. We've only got like 2 fingers left in the bottle, man. As a pair of queens here, going to pick it up for Mark. Small pot and 47 bucks into his stack. As we move into the closing 17 minutes of the program. Thank you all for joining us. Happy to have Caitlin Tomeski here in the booth. Super producer Carolyn, as always, running the show, doing a fantastic job. All of our floor staff and dealers making everything flow smoothly here at TCH North Austin.
Absolutely. All my love to the TCH staff. Y'all do an amazing job.
All right, let's see here. We got Mark open limping the 6-5. So, yeah, he just has decided that he's going to play every hand, and whether it's an open or a limp, it's just going to happen.
If you're at a table where everybody wants to do limp hands every other gosh darn hand, are you going to play along, or are you going to make him pay to play with you?
Wait, by limp hand, do you mean like some sort of bomb pot situation?
No, I'm talking about like you're in a 1-2 game and everyone just wants to call the big blinds.
Oh, that doesn't stand when I'm in there.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm like, what are we doing here? We gonna fight over $7? What's going on?
Yeah, no, I very typically am the guy who goes and sits down at the 1-2, and it's sort of a bunch of folks that have gotten used to just kind of playing that way, and I sit down and I'm like, oh, limp, limp, limp. Okay, there's like $10 of dead money out there, and I have a playable hand on the button or the cutoff or something. Like, I'll make it 25, and they haven't seen a $25 open all day. And, you know, get a few looks, but whatever, you know, everybody plays their own way and everybody has fun doing what they do, and some of us implement a different strategy, so it's all gravy, baby. As Mark here has got a couple of
Don't
fives.
listen to Aaron, y'all. You need to be raising if you want to play.
You're telling them all of our secrets.
I'm not telling all the secrets. They know. All the secrets. I hope they should know.
Oh boy, William the Knit not interested. Queen 9 offsuit, so just a couple of fives here. Going up against Josh, who's going to call out of the big blind with the King 9 offsuit. That's not the flop that he was looking for. Jerks, indeed. Mark going to feel pretty safe going ahead and putting out a continuation bet here. Josh going to think it over. He doesn't have a heart, so not even backdoors. I guess a backdoor straight is possible with those holdings, but he's just going to lay it down. Mark going to pick it up. Getting back to the chips here.
The chat, you mean?
The chips. The chips?
Chippy chat.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Mikey says, half a finger. What are you doing back there, Aaron? Yeah. Well, like I said, we've got 2 fingers left in the bottle. So if you don't mind me just burning through it here, Keiko and I can do the damage.
Is this Mikey's Deep Eddy?
We were gifted this, but actually I don't know who gifted us.
I'll
this.
replace it with Grey Goose. Pour me the vodka. Come on.
Okay, I'm doing it. We're drinking it. We're getting Grey Goose, buddy. I'm holding you to that.
What? My treat. I can afford it.
Yes. The stream has a new sugar mama as we're just, oh my God, okay. Well, I started pouring and we can't stop now.
Aaron did better now.
Yeah, well, that's a lot.
Aaron gave me a proper shot.
Okay.
Before I think you're giving me like the teetotaler shot.
Well, I was trying to, but you got to total some teas
I was
every
like,
once
we
in a
got
while.
20 minutes left, Aaron. Pour the vodka.
Just do it. Let's see here. We've got a pair of 4s currently leading here. J-Stack with a pair of 3s and backdoor flush draw. Mark here with a whole lot of nothing. And Eddie overcard, backdoor clubs. looks like we've got a check. Bet a 50, and Angry Scott is going to put in the call with the best hand. We're going to a turn. He doesn't have the best hand anymore because that is a 9, and that is going to give Eddie the best hand.
Me and Scott went on a journey tonight. He doesn't know about it yet. Maybe he'll know later. But I feel closer to Scott than I did at the beginning of the session.
Yeah, okay.
Because at first he was just Stanley Tucci, and he got tilted, and then he made a bang-up recovery. He's still probably stuck a little bit, but he definitely minimized his losses, and I'm really proud of his third act play, as it were, end game play.
Nice.
Maybe I could describe in this situation.
Right.
All right, Aaron, so we've played poker and Scrabble together. When are you going to sit down in front of a chessboard with me? Because I will humiliate you, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
That sounds like a challenge that I am ready and willing to accept. So chess is something that I enjoy very much. Just got back into the mix with one of my poker buddies that I hang out with online and play other games with. So chess,
I don't want to
it'll
play
happen.
chess online. I don't like playing anything online. I don't even particularly like the Scrabble online because I know people can cheat. But if you want to sit down at a proper board with me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I'll go toe to toe.
What kind of board do you have?
Well, I used to teach chess, so I have like a rolling mat board. And
Sorry,
then
I have
pieces.
things I have to do actually. I'm gonna be busy forever. No. Okay, continue with your story.
No, well, to make you feel a little better, I taught chess to preschoolers. So really, I'm good with children and storytelling because it was a storytelling. It's a company called Chess at 3. If you want to look it up, they're out of New York and LA. I think they may have a presence in Chicago now, but I used to work for them when I was living out in LA and New York in my 20s. And yeah, if you present me with a 4-year-old girl, I can teach her how to play chess in 20 lessons. And I'm pretty proud of that.
All right, I'm back in, so I think I can play slightly above expectation for a 3-year-old.
Oh,
maybe,
for sure.
Maybe I can.
It depends on the 3-year-old, but honestly, I think you have a fighting chance. Yeah. My opening game is really strong, obviously, because that's how you teach little kids. But I certainly haven't memorized openings to the level of a tournament or speed player. So you may have an edge. We'll see.
All right. Well, we will see. So you were also telling me about your chessboard, as Eddie here has flopped top pair. Josh, bottom pair, no spades in sight. So what you said you have a rollout board, like one of
it's a mat that I can roll up.
Yeah.
Soft.
Okay. Is it the big one? Is it the one with like the pieces that are like I don't know, 3-4
my pieces and
inches?
my board are really big.
Okay.
They're little kids, They don't have the dexterity of you and I.
Gotcha.
But
Okay.
the board is green and white, and because little kids don't know the word diagonal, we teach them the bishop moves by saying, like, this is B. B loves all things that are green. And another thing I did for this curriculum was I wrote music to accompany their story curriculum.
Wow.
I have a song about the bishops that's about how the bishop loves green things, B loves green things, and Bop loves white things, so they only want to go on those color squares because a 3-year-old can't pronounce or understand the concept of diagonal.
Yeah, and if the bishop ever tries to love you, you tell mommy and daddy right away. Let's see. So Josh is going to go ahead and turn a gutter ball as well to go along with his bottom pair.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, we got some jokes here on TCH Live. Moose Duty says at AA Ron, if Keiko can teach a 4-year-old, she can teach me.
I sure can, honey. Drop into my DMs. I have a very reasonable $100 an hour fee.
$100 an hour? Nice.
That's what I made. Well, we would charge, I think, honestly, I would have to check with Chess at 3 to see what their current rates are, but we had a very high hourly to the point where I felt silly.
Wow. So Josh here had taken the lead here, so he bet 200 on the flop, 400 on the turn, and now he's got to decide if he's going to try to blast this guy off a top pair here. Eddie with stacked pot ratio of less than
God, that pot got unexpectedly chunky out of nowhere.
It did, and Josh was going to have to just go absolutely bonkers to get his opponent to fold, and it probably wasn't going to work.
Is that still Eddie? Those guns are new guns.
No, that's Eddie. Yeah.
Eddie been walking around with those forearms this whole night, and I didn't notice?
Wow, are you into that? Yeah.
I mean, that's a pronounced muscle definition in those forearms.
Yeah, well.
But no.
He must get in a lot
No,
of work.
forearms is not my forte, but I was just, I got to give my boy props.
Look at those forearms.
Look at that forearm.
Oh. Bro.
I bet he could flip a mattress with those.
If that's what you call it, I'm sure he could do it.
Oh
Dante
my
there
God.
with the queen 9 of hearts. Going to put in the smooth call under the gun. Angry Scott here, middle position, going to raise it up. Ace-6 offsuit. Oh, man, this is just getting out of hand. Yeah, shout out to Deep Eddie Vodka for bringing the heat here tonight. Mark going to call. He's got a 10 and a 5, and they're both hearts. And he says, you know what? You need a 10 or a 5 to make a straight, and I got one of each.
That's
so
my
let's
birthday
go.
hand, remember?
I do.
Aaron's birthday is May 8th. We're birthday buddies, FYI, y'all.
Yeah.
I just gave out your personal information. I hope you don't mind.
I mind a lot. I've
I'm so sorry.
already had to salvage my identity several times this year, so thanks. This will be another few times.
I didn't tell him what year you were born.
Well, keep it that way. No, let's see here. So Angry Scott does have second pair. Dante top pair. We got another heart here, which is also a 4, which also gets a gutter ball for J-Stack. So everybody gets a piece here on the turn.
Everybody got something to play with.
Indeed they do. Angry Scott, though, probably not feeling too good. Yeah, he's going to slow down. He's going to check.
Good call.
We get all the way to the end, and that ain't going to do it. So Dante going to win this at Showdown if we get there with the pair of queens.
No, J-Stack's going to rep the 5 and get him. Oh, no, never mind.
Yeah,
Dante
but
snaps.
Only for 100.
Well done. If he sized it up a bit, I think he could have gotten them out.
Ooh, you got to go
so?
really big there. And honestly, I think...
Not worth it?
Well, I don't think it's worth it. I mean, I just don't think it's worth it, but I also just don't think it was going to work there. I think that Dante, having seen the way things played out tonight, he's like, dude, I got top pair. I'm just going to call. And maybe if it was like a massive 2x over bet, right, like then he's got to be like, what the hell is that? But I think he was calling any medium to reasonable size bet.
All right.
Oh, God, now people are asking for the last 4 digits of my social security number and my mother's maiden name. So, yeah, here we go. All right.
I'm so sorry, Aaron.
Now it's happening.
Well, I gave them my birthday, too. Well, actually, they don't know if it's October. No, I said we were birthday buddies. They know it's May 10th.
Yeah, dude, you know, there were cats in a bag, and you just opened the bag. You opened the bag, and you were like,
literally,
go.
Aaron, you're
Forth
welcome.
into the
When
world.
on May 8th, you get, like, more text messages and gifts than you would have gotten, so you're welcome.
For every chat pro that gives me a birthday gift, when my birthday comes around, I will do
Moose,
something.
Judy, and Nick from Yuma are going to come through for me. Those are my homeboys. They're going to come through, I know.
Okay, well, fantastic. All kinds of good stuff here. Irate Spoonbill back in the chat. Good to have you here. People with big forearms may have Liebenberg syndrome.
What is that?
Liebenberg syndrome. Oh, is that when you Lieben your own berg too much and you get big forearms? I don't know. There was a funny joke there, but Lieben.
We missed it.
Lieben in German is love, and so maybe you love your berg.
Do you speak German?
Ein bisschen.
Fluently?
Nein.
Conversational or like travel German?
Travel German. Travel
Okay.
German, yeah.
I speak travel French,
Okay.
but I read Latin fairly fluently.
Oh, wow. That's exciting.
Yeah, I went to a fundamentalist Christian school, so they taught us Latin beginning in the 5th grade, and then when we went into high school, we had the option to do a 0-hour period and continue Latin. So I just did that, and that's why I have a good
So I was
vocabulary.
like, hell yeah.
And that's why I dominate you at Scrabble, bruh.
Dominate? I'm happy
it's
to
not
pull
true.
up the scoreboard.
Yeah, literally, Aaron's
yeah.
up a game. Well, in my defense, I quit trying because I dominated him so decisively in the first 2 rounds of Scrabble Aaron and I played that I lost interest in the competition.
Yeah, well, because you got the luckiest
I
tile
did 3
draws.
bingos
Yeah,
in one
that's
game.
called a lucky tile draw.
It
all right?
was stunning. If y'all want to...
Irate Spoonbill, $5 super chat. Happy birthday. Do something. Thank you.
Do
That's
something.
fantastic. I will.
Thank you, buddy.
I will. I'm very excited about that. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Irate
Did we
Spoonbill.
cover the overhead enough to where you can pocket this 5?
Actually, no. I'm just getting word now that we've broken exactly
We're still in the hole.
Okay, as we get back to the action here, Eddie with
Oh, just
quads.
a little quads.
Flop
Ain't nobody
quads.
going to make money on a flopped quad.
Angry Scott has bet, though, and Eddie has just called.
Why not?
And Angry Scott, well, he's actually got a 2-pair hand that he's not too worried about, so he's going to check now, and Eddie should check behind. Hope that his opponent can somehow catch something.
The forearms are too great. He must bet.
Keiko is just off her rocker here on TCH Live. The forearms. I don't know. What about his forearms?
Let me see your forearms, you little,
Yeah, they're
little punk.
Yeah, they're. I guess I know. I don't know. I need to leave in my berg a little more.
Let me compare the two of them. That's the real test.
What?
You don't.
Oh,
even.
the two.
The chat pros will let you know what
okay,
I'm talking about. Let the chat pros educate you.
Asa Hughes in the chat asking for a river 5. Not going to get it,
No,
but he is going to
honey.
get called.
How?
It was
How? Scott, I was talking you up. Why would you do this to me?
He's going into full like eyebrow rubbing mode of like, what did I just do to myself?
Scotty,
But honestly,
I was
look
rooting
at
for
this
you.
board.
I just talked you up.
Look at this
I
board.
mean, no, it's not irrational. It's not unreasonable.
Yeah.
I don't think that was horrible, but yes, quad kings. Good lord.
Yeah. Not bad there. Not bad.
Not bad at all. Are
Not
you going to
bad.
do Scottish?
I mean, so
Can
my
you
family.
do Scottish dialect? Is that within your wheelhouse? House? Wheelhouse?
I like that. That was good. No.
No, in college I was in a play where I had to learn a Scottish accent, so I can do that one.
Oh.
I can do that one. I did a play where I did Cockney. I can do Australian, and obviously any American dialect, and Canadian.
All right.
Canada.
Canadian.
Canadian. Eh? You Hoosier?
I don't know about that one.
I said one word.
Well, but it.
You gonna?
No, I could get the essence of whether or not your Canadian accent was very good or not. I don't know. I spent
Oh
a lot.
yeah, we coming down for the Hoosiers. Oh yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's
That was a little
middling.
better.
I
That was a little
didn't do
better.
a full play as a Canadian, but
Okay.
I will take you to task on Cockney and Scottish. I can do those very well.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, having spent 4 years in Wisconsin, I got a lot of the Midwest accent, like and the different sort of regional dialects from not too far around there. As we've got one heck of a flop there for
All right,
Tillman.
Mark is open-ended, but Tillman.
Tillman's got a gutter. No, Tillman has a gutter. He's hoping for a gut
He's
shot
still
here.
live. He's got live cards.
My goodness.
Aaron is never gonna let me miss a flush again. He gonna punish me, y'all.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
He's got to redraw to a straight flush. That's what I was talking about. That's exactly what I was talking about.
Oh my god. People are writing Latin in the chat, and Alec Torelli's Hidden Chips is really taken with you. He is just he's a big fan. Says we need this announcer duo every day. Sorry, at Mike Youngblood.
Oh, we love Mikey. No hate for Mikey. Not on me.
So I got all distracted and missed, and somehow Tillman didn't win with his flop flush. It was a turned heart and then bet and a take it or something. And he just straight gave up the flop flush. Tillman, all right. You know what? Well, I'm glad I was distracted for it because I would have been slightly more. It didn't even go to a turn.
What? Did he overbet it?
I don't know. All I know is that man
Overbet
flopped
what?
a flush
Jesus,
and
but yeah.
folded, and I am very disappointed. I'm very disappointed. And I would have been more disappointed had I seen it. So I'm glad I didn't. As Angry Scott is looking for a back raise here. Under the gun, limp
the
with
ladies.
the queens.
Can you please profit big off my ladies, Scott?
It's not the first time you've heard that.
You can't handle my ladies, Aaron. Don't come into my house. You can't afford them.
All right. Oh, wow. All right. We've gone a totally different direction here on TCH Live. What I can and can't afford with my $5 super chat for my birthday, okay?
I don't think it's gonna get the job done.
Okay. all
Y'all
right.
drop Aaron some more love in the super chat so we can afford my ladies.
Okay. The price is through the roof. The price is too damn high.
The rent is too damn high.
J-Stack.
Oh,
has just
Scott!
outflopped.
I gave you a direct order to win with queens. You
Well,
son of a bitch.
So this is really ridiculous though. We had a raise to 30, back raise to 230. J-Stack calls, flops top pair. Bet call.
With
bet
King
call.
10, oh God,
and,
you
and
gotta
he's
respect
good.
that.
And he's good.
Of course
This
he is.
Unreasonable.
Jesus Christ, sitting at the table right here.
Angry Scott
Congrats,
angrily
Amber.
shakes the ladies.
Good call, Scott. I'm sorry, Scott. That sucks.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate.
My Stanley Tooch. My little Tooch. Gird your loins with those ladies.
Oh man. Okay, we got a lot of love here in the chat.
Who's loving us?
That was it right there? Oh, well, we've just received word that amongst all of the excitement and hullabaloo that was our last hand of the evening. Thank you all for joining us. Appreciate you coming in, hanging out with us here in the chat.
How many viewers did we end with, Aaron?
We got 513 fine people
Yes,
here at the
Hunties.
end.
Thanks for tuning in.
172 likes. If you would, go ahead and hit that like button on your way
Please,
out.
Aaron's withholding alcohol from me, y'all. Please
Hey, we're done. We're bone dry over here. Big shout out to all of our fine staff here at TCH Austin. Shout out to super producer Carolyn. Shout out to Caitlin Komeski here joining me tonight. She's already taken off her headset. She's just done with the program. So that's going to do it for us. Thank you all again for joining us. Be sure to tune in next Friday. We've got a special production for you day after Thanksgiving. So looking forward to it. Thank you again for joining us again. Everybody stay safe, stay healthy, have a nice holiday. We'll see you all soon. Good night.